Good morning from Gainesville Raceway. We got our test and tune. Well, actually, our time runs going on right this minute. But I want to thank everybody for joining us this morning for Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series. This is race number 3 of the season. So we're going to turn it over to our announcer.
Steve Welsh against Travis Marchand. Steve Welsh from Ocala, Florida, against Travis Marchand out of Keystone Heights, Florida. Steve Welsh ready to go. So is Travis. Let's see what they're able to put down. Oh, Steve a little bit early in the left lane. Travis Marchand almost perfect in that right lane. I think he's going to be very happy with this. A 5.835 and 116.63 miles per hour for Travis Marchand. That car is looking awful racy this morning for Travis Marchand. That brings up Roland Alfred Corky. Roland Corky in the right-hand lane from Glen St. Mary, Florida, going up against John Dwayne from Jacksonville. Let's see what these cars are able to put down. Travis just put down a stellar run for his qualification attempt. We'll see what these vehicles are able to do. Roland and John Dwayne. John Dwayne going to lay down a 6.22 at 121.65 miles per hour. Roland with a 6.989 at 95.71 miles per hour. Again, we're getting through our jeans class, pro class right now in lanes number 3 and 4. Overflow in lanes number 5 and 6. If you can't get it into lane number 1 and 2, we're working our way through that. Your overflow is in 3 and 4. Coming up after this class, we'll have our Super Pro Bike class in row number 7. Eli in the left-hand lane going up against Stephen A. out of Millburg, Florida. D from St. John's, Florida. D going to put down a 6.680 at 104.843 miles per hour. Right lane, red lit. Emmanuel in the right-hand lane from High Springs, Florida, going up against car number 253X in the left-hand lane as we continue to get through the qualification runs in our jeans class, pro class. About an equal start for both of these cars with the left-hand lane. Wow, really came alive at about 200 to 300 feet and going to lay down a 6.517 at 103.10 miles per hour. Right-hand lane ran a 7.635 at 90.48 miles per hour. Our 2020 in the left-hand lane going up against car number N212 in that right-hand lane. Yeah. Once again, if you're part of the Super Pro Bike class, come on over to lane number 7. We're working our way through. We're about halfway through our jeans class, pro class. If you are part of Super Pro Bike, you need to be headed over into lane number 7. You are on deck. James Turner from Keystone Heights. He's in the left lane. James going to lay down a 7.004 at 97.17 miles per hour. Right-hand red lit, but still ran a 97.57, 6.943 in that right-hand lane. Tom Courtney in the right lane from High Springs, Florida. Going up against Roy Hacker Jr. Roy Hacker Jr. hails from Northville, Michigan. Great start for Roy Hacker Jr. We'll see what he lays down here. 6.829 at 99.99 miles per hour. Not quite 100 miles per hour, but just about. Right-hand lane, 7.160 at 97.36. Left-hand lane with it, 6.156. That'll take it, 110.1 miles per hour. Pretty good run in the left-hand lane. Right-hand lane ran a 6.510 at 103.92 miles per hour. Daniel Salyers from Reddick, Florida, in the right lane. See Daniel out here a lot here for Gainesville Raceway. Let's see what Dan can put down in his first and only qualifying attempt today. Everybody getting one qualifying attempt at Gainesville Raceway. Before we move into eliminations, you will get a buyback today. Left lane wins it with a 6.932 at 101.10 miles per hour. Mike French will be in the right lane. Mike, right down the way in Ocala, Florida. Again, third call for Super Pro Bike Class. You'll be coming up after the Jeans Glass Pro Class. If you want to head on down to row number 7, lane number 7 for our Super Pro Bike Class. Lee Hauser from Ponte Vedra, Florida, going up against Richard Lindsay. Richard Lindsay in the left-hand lane, Lee Hauser in the right lane. Now you got Ernie Renfro going up against Mark Neal. Mark from Middleburg, Florida, and then Ernie also from Middleburg. Oh, and Ernie was a little early. Mark with an 0.22 reaction time. You get a 5.678 for Mark. Mark laying it down early, 121.23 miles per hour. Mark's looking on point to begin the day. Dawson Bass from Jacksonville, Florida in that Ford Mustang in the right-hand lane going up against car number 0x00. Dawson Bass lays down a 7.81 at 96.45. Left lane rid a 7.274 at 93.93 miles per hour. That brings up Gary Thompson in the right-hand lane, going up against car number 2902. Again, working our way through our Jeans Glass Pro Class. Coming up to the end of lane number 3 and 4. Following that, it's going to be a Super Pro bike class in lane number 7 here. Goes Gary. They're both got a red light, though. Gary lays down a 6.911 at 98.98 miles per hour. Chad King is going to be in the right-hand lane, that truck, going up against Paul Allen. Paul Allen out of Middleburg, Florida. Both of these cars also going to red light. Chad just red lit by the 002. Dang, for Chad. That would have been a pretty good run for Chad. Got a red light there. Paul Allen also red lit. 101.8 miles per hour, though, for Paul Allen. Curtis Peak from Quitman, Georgia. In the right-hand lane of that truck, up against Kevin Roberts. In the left lane, a little swirly on the start for Curtis Peak. Well, he's looking pretty good now. And he's going to lay down a 6.577 at 103.96 miles per hour. Oh, it was a great start for Curtis, too. That was a great run for Curtis Peak. What a way to start the day off if you're a fan from the man from Quitman, Georgia. Jason Rollins going to be in the right-hand lane going up against Frank Medeiros III. Frank Medeiros III going to be in the left-hand lane. John Rollins from High Springs, Florida. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Calling FB Trailer Super Pro Class to lanes 1 and 2. Again, calling FB Trailers Super Pro Class to lanes 1 and 2. Overflow in lanes number 3 and 4. This is the first call for the FB Trailers Super Pro Class. If you're in the Super Pro Class, come on over to the stage lanes in lane number 1 and 2. With overflow in lanes number 3 and 4. One more time, if you were part of the FB Trailers Super Pro Class, come on over to lanes number 1 and 2 with overflow in lanes number 3 and 4. Andy Lindsay in the left lane lays down a 7.002 at 98.93 miles per hour. Leah Tadara from Gainesville, Florida, running a 7.580 at 88.99 miles per hour. That brings up Bob Hogston in the left lane in that truck, going up against truck number X272 the right lane. Red light in the right-hand lane, the left lane. Bob Hoxton's got to pick up this win. It's going to go down for a 6.548 with 107.27 miles per hour. Bob lays it down early here. Again, the red light in the right-hand lane. And that'll bring up Mike Gaffney in the right-hand lane out of Wildwood, Florida, going up against Phil Green from Ocala, Florida. Phil Green puts in a 6.020. And the left lane going to take it. Again, making our first call to the FB Trailer Super Pro class. You're going to be in lanes number 1 and 2. Overflow in lanes number 3 and 4. First call for FB Trailer Super Pro class in lanes number 1 and 2. You can head over to the staging lanes now. This will bring up our next pair, Mike Mockney from Venice, Florida. And Mike Mockney from Venice, Florida, going to be in that left-hand lane. And the Ford Mustang. Oh, yes, sir. Whoa. Quite the wheel stand out of Mike in that left-hand lane. And got to put down to 6.139 at 106.37 miles per hour, giving us a thrill here at the start line. Darren Stutz from Green Cove Springs, Florida will be in the right-hand lane. Love that. Car in that right-hand lane. Left-hand lane is going to be car number 2340. Darren, always a fan favorite out here at Gainesville Raceway. And look at the torque on that one. Firing it down the Raceway is Darren Stutz, and he's going to have a 6.061 and 111.60 miles per hour for Darren Stutz. Ken Grant in the right-hand lane going up against Jimmy Hodges. Jimmy Hodges hails out of Middleburg, Florida. And he'll be in that left lane going up against Ken Grant in the right lane. And they're both ready to go. Ken's got a red light in the right-hand lane. That'll hand that went over to Jimmy Hodges in the left lane. Ken just a little bit early. Still puts down a 5.750 at 121.64. Jimmy ran a 6.180 at 111.43 miles per hour. John Siegel from Riverview, Florida, going up against Chris Lees from Stark, Florida. Yeah, coming up, we got our final couple of pairs that we're going to be getting through here in our Jeans Glass Pro class. It'll be our Super Pro Bike class coming up next. If you are part of Super Pro Bike, you should be in lane number 7. Your first run is coming up. And first call of FB Trailer Super Pro class. You're in row number 1 and 2. Super Pro class, the FB Trailer Super Pro class in lanes number 1 and 2. Overflow in 3 and 4. Oh, John Siegel just red lit in the right-hand lane. It's going to be quite the run for John, a 5.672 at 121.75. Chris Lees ran a 7.107 at 96.62 miles per hour. John looking pretty racy early on this morning at Gainesville Raceway. Austin Logan coming up in the right lane, going out of Port Charlotte, Florida for Austin, and going up against Scott DeLeon in the left-hand lane. And a red light from Scott DeLeon. Austin Logan thundering down the track, going to be a 5.756 at 116.96 miles per hour for Austin Logan. Again, today we are getting one qualification attempt for everybody, and then we're going to go straight into eliminations with a first round buyback. You will have an option for a first round buyback if you're eliminated in the first round. Bart Pangolinin coming up in the left lane, going up against car number 216H. It's going to be a Ford Mustang in the right-hand lane. Yet if you are a kid out there that's under the age of 16, you cannot be on any bike, golf cart, scooter, anything like that on our property. Ms. Jody will come and take them from you. Please do not, if you are under the age of 16, you should not be in a vehicle on this property unless you are in a junior dragsters or a junior street class. Appreciate your cooperation here at Gainesville Raceway. Our next pair, Bart Pangolinin getting ready to go. As we get our final few pairs here in our Jeans Glass Pro class. Coming up next is our Pro Bike class, and that'll be followed by the FB Trailers Super Pro class. If you're in the Super Pro class, your overflow is going to be in 3 and 4. We are already filled up in rows number 1 and 2, so if you're coming over, make sure you use lanes number 3 and 4. All right, final two pairs here in the Jeans Class Pro class. If you are part of the Pro Bike class, you should be ready on your bikes and getting ready to go. You are on deck and coming up. All right, you got Marcus Cruz in the right-hand lane going up against Kenny Bevins. Kenny Bevins in the left-hand lane. left-hand lane, Kenny running a 6.551 this morning with a 105.72 mile per hour pass. Right-hand lane ran a 7.53 at 95.99 miles per hour. Keith Collins coming up in the right-hand lane. And then we'll get one more. That'll be a solo run in the left-hand lane out of this pair. This is the last pair in our Jeans Glass Pro class. Again, coming up next, we'll get through our Super Pro bike class. We'll get the first races underway in just a moment's time. And then coming up is our FB Trailer Super Pro class, which is going to be lanes number 1 and 2. If you're part of that, you can come over to lanes number 3 and 4. We get that open as well. Well, Keith Collins going to run a 6.484 at 104.53 miles per hour. The left lane red lit still ran a 6.3 at 3. And that'll bring up our last car in our Jeans Glass Pro class. Hanging on to that machine at the start, putting down a 6.460 at 92.57 miles per hour. All right, so that moves us into our Super Pro bike class. And here's Manzana Shell out of Vero Beach, Florida, in the left-hand lane, going up against Moats. Moats in the right-hand lane. Van's going to run light in the left-hand lane. That'll hand this one to Moats in the right-hand lane. Moats going to put down a 7.271 at 94.79 miles per hour and takes that qualification run. Santi Rodriguez Jr. in the right-hand lane going up against Joe Clemmy from Davenport, Iowa. Again, if you were part of the FB Trailer Super Pro class, come over to lanes number 1, 2, 3, and 4 is our overflow. Santi in the right lane, Joe in the left lane. And Santi, as Joe's getting a little close to that center line, Joe's going to have to come out of it. He red lit as well. Santi going to win it with a 5.486 at 121.98 miles per hour. Glad to see Joe shut that one down. He's getting a little close to that center line. Still put down a 5.780 pass at 115.82 miles per hour for Joe Clemmy. Larry Berger from Jacksonville, Florida, in the right-hand lane, going up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. out of Citra. Yeah, working our way through our Super Pro bike class. And Dwayne is going to red light in the left lane. Larry Berger will put down a 7.86 pass at 97.46 miles per hour. Dwayne running a 5.767 red lit a little bit early. And ran 119.71 miles per hour. Scott DeLong from Citra going up against Jeff Tisdale from Reddick, Florida. Jeff in the left-hand lane, Scott in the right-hand lane. I think both got a red light. It's a close race overall. Yeah, Scott going to get him at a 5.524, is barely at the line. Both of them red light. Both of them run similar times, though, with Scott winning by just a little bit, 122.95 miles per hour to Jeff's 120.43. Samuel Parrish from Green Cove Springs, Florida, going to be in the right-hand lane. Going up against Dwayne Leachman from Wildwood, Florida. looked like from Dwayne Leachman, but perfect from Samuel Parrish. We'll see what Sam's able to put down at 5.522 at 129.27 miles per hour. Samuel Parrish with one of our quicker passes of the day so far. He was perfect at the reaction time, and that is going to be a great run from Samuel Parrish. John Grove from Keystone Heights, Florida, going up against Anthony Vieira from Palm Coast, Florida. Getting through our final qualifiers in our Super Pro bike class. Coming up next is the FB Trailer Super Pro class. Again, if you're part of that Super Pro class, you should be in the stage lanes and ready to go. You are on deck. Anthony Vieira with a bunch of tire smoke on the start, hung on to that bike and going to be a 5.653. Really good bike control out of Anthony. And decent pass, remember, 31.95 miles per hour, 5.557 from John at 132.69 miles per hour. Jeremy Fireball Davis in the left-hand lane going up against Roy Aggerton. Roy got a pretty good start. Roy putting down 5.513 at 123.40 miles per hour. Jeremy running a 5.709 this morning at 126.6 miles per hour. And so with that, that should bring up our next class, which will be the FB Trailer Super Pro class. We'll start lanes number 1 and 2, work our way over to lanes number 3 and 4, which is our overflow here today. Looks like we're going to do some track work here at Gainesville Raceway. Work this track in for our Super Pro class, which is going to be coming up next. And again, coming up is our FB Trailer Super Pro class. If you're new here to Gainesville Raceway, of course, this is our quickest racers with both open and full body cars. And they allow delay boxes and time throttle stops here for the FB Trailer Super Pro class. They run between a 4.40 index and a 7.99 on the 8th mile.
reliability to drive thousands of miles, confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition and a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most foolproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
If your trailer looks like a jalopy, you're missing the party. Time to level up with FB Trailers. Located in Orange Park, Florida, right on Blanding Boulevard, FB Trailers is your ultimate stop for all your trailer needs. Whether you're hauling race cars, ATVs, or even a whole stack of toys, we've got you covered. We carry top brands like CargoMate, Forest River, and ATC, ensuring you get nothing but the best. From sleek car haulers to robust cargo trailers, our variety is as diverse as the racers who trust us. Why do racers choose FB Trailers? Because we know the road to victory isn't just about speed, it's about reliability and quality. Our trailers are built to endure the toughest and longest hauls. And it's not just about sales, we offer parts and service to keep you rolling smoothly. So next time you're in Orange Park, swing by FB Trailers on Blanding Boulevard or visit us online at fbtrailers.com. Gear up with the trailer that's as dedicated to racing as you are. FB Trailers, your ticket to the winner's circle.
All right, so here we go. The first pairing is going to be John Rollins in the left lane going against Paul Ferreira from Jacksonville, Florida. This is our FB Trailer Super Pro class, the first race of the day. It's a qualification attempt. Everybody get one qualification attempt today. Oh, what a wheel stand there from John Rollins. Holy Hannah. What a way to get our FB Trailer Super Pro class underway. And John Rollins lays down a 5.948 in a thrilling run at 114 miles per hour. Jimmy Dixon out of Ashford, Alabama, in the right-hand lane, going up against truck number M227 in the left-hand lane. Oh, Jimmy Dixon going to lay down a 5.701 at 119.45 miles per hour in that right lane. Jimmy has come to play today. Look out for Jimmy Dixon from Ashford, Alabama. Jim Barbara from Trenton, Florida in the left-hand lane, going up against the Dodge Charger in the right-hand lane. They're ready to go. And off goes that Dodge Charger. It's a pretty even race so far. We'll see who pulls this one off. Oh, it's a tight one. Dodge Charger's going to win with a 6.430 at 115.23 miles per hour. Jim got better of him at the 60, but that Charger ended up pulling up and pulling off that win. Yeah, we're getting through first round qualifications in the Super Pro class. Lou Golly from Fort White, Florida, going up against Christopher Duffett from Wesley Chapel. Oh, Lee pulling to the right on the start, but Lou Golly looking pretty good there. Lou going to put down a 5.637 at 119.79 miles per hour for Lou Golly. Chuck Trotter in the left lane in the Dragster. Our first Dragster of the day, going up against Glenn Newmans from Alachua, Florida. Now Chuck Trotter going to lay down a 5.39 at 146.51 miles per hour. Right-hand lane, Glenn Newmans ran a 5.565 at 121.22 miles per hour. Jerry McGill in the left lane. Got two dragsters going up against each other. David Harris is going to be in that right lane going up against Jerry McGill in the left. Trying to dial these race cars in for eliminations, which will be coming up later on today. You will have a first round buyback if you're eliminated in the first round. You can get that at the base of the tower. We'll be getting there eventually, but here's David Harris, who's going to run light in the right-hand lane. Jerry McGill going to lay down a 5.439 at 128.26 miles per hour. Keith Collins will come up in the left lane. Keith Collins going up against Dragster number 2143 in the right-hand lane. And they're both ready to go. Oh, just a little bit early for Keith Collins. And that Dragster going to lay down a 5.221 pass at 130.38 miles per hour. Keep going with the run of 5.635 at 124.78. Dave Hicks out of St. Augustine, Florida, going up against Chad Kennedy from Middleburg, Florida. Chad Kennedy will be in the left-hand lane. He'll be going up against Dave Hicks. Dave Hicks from St. Augustine. Dave Hicks going to put down a 5.332 at 128.57 miles per hour. Chad Kennedy ended up red lighting, ran 105.74 miles per hour. That brings up Kurt Carlson from St. Augustine going up against Brian Jones. Two dragsters. Brian hailing out of Orange Park, Florida. All right, here comes Brian Jones and Kurt Carlson. Kurt in the right lane going up against Brian Jones. Kurt says he's ready. Brian follows suit. Here we go. And Kurt Carlson going to lay down a 5.251 at 129.11 miles per hour for Kurt Carlson. Brian Jones ran a 5.655 at 94.70 miles per hour. Right-hand lane looking pretty good on down that track. It's going to go down for 5.644, 121.08 miles per hour. Past left lane ran a 6.205 at 111.12. Tommy Campbell from Fleming Island, Florida will be in our right-hand lane. You're going to have Thomas Tolliver from Climax, Georgia in the left lane. And I think we got a Roadster and a Dragster coming up as we continue to work through our FB Trailers Super Pro class. Well, it was a great reaction time from Tommy Campbell, and he's going to lay down a 6.351 in the right lane at 108.5 miles per hour. But Thomas Tolliver comes alive with a 6.109 at 110.80 miles per hour. Gene Spaziani from Lake City, Florida, in that radical-looking Roadster in the right-hand lane. Love the paint job on that Roadster. Really nice orange color on it. And you're going to have Jackie Bennett in the left-hand lane from Palatka, Florida, in the Dragster. It's going to be a red light for Gene Spaziani. Jackie Bennett going to lay down it. Oh, it's a 4.452 at 155.78 miles per hour. Our fastest pass of the day from Jackie Bennett. Jackie coming to play today. Kevin Powers coming up with Grayson Wright in the left lane. Grayson in the Dragster. Kevin Powers from Glen St. Mary, Florida will be in the right lane. And a red light in the left-hand lane. You'll have Kevin Powers, who's picked up that 4.999, just under 5 seconds. Kevin Powers of 137.93 miles per hour. Kevin Powers picks up the win. Mark Daniel in the right-hand lane. Mark is out of Jacksonville, Florida. He'll be going up against Haley Wright from Middleburg. Nearly identical reaction times out of these dragsters. You're going to have Mark Daniel put down a 4.953 at 139.20 miles per hour. Mark takes the victory there. Haley put down a 5.137 at 133.94 miles per hour for Haley Wright. Paul Bizzo in the right-hand lane. He'll be going up against Gary Vasquez from Alachua, Florida. Gary, always quick here at Gainesville Raceway. And we'll see what Gary's able to do in his qualification attempt. All right, Gary's in the box first, and here comes Paul. And they're both ready to go. Let's see what Gary Vasquez can do. His first, it's a great start for Gary. Let's see what this is going to be. Gary going down at 4.745. Marquis's pass of the day at 145.96 miles per hour. Oh, man, Gary's going to be tough to beat today if he's putting runs down like that. That's a great run from Gary Vasquez in his first of the day. Sherby Powell from Green Cove Springs, Florida will be in the right-hand lane. Jimmy Montgomery will be hailing out of Melrose, Florida. Jimmy in the left-hand lane. Red light in the right-hand lane from Sherby Powell. Jimmy Montgomery going to lay down a 4.963 at 138.56 miles per hour. Jimmy under 5 seconds there, and Sherby Powell red lit, but ran 101.95 miles per hour. Corey LeClaire out of Dade City, Florida will be next in the right-hand lane, and that Dragster will be going up against Dragster number K232 in the left lane. All right, Corey LeClaire in the right-hand lane. Ready to go here. And the left lane's going to shut it down early. Corey LeClaire will put down a time of 4.806 at 144.12 miles per hour for Corey. And we got that dragster slowing. We'll see if that dragster makes it to the end of the drag strip. Not really sure what happened in the left-hand lane there. Just shut it down after about 60 feet. And not sure if he's under power, but looks like he's still moving down there. We'll see if we can get that dragster off the racetrack before we get to our next pair. Corey LeClaire again going a 4.806 for Corey at 144.12 miles per hour. Corey out of Dade City, Florida. And we may need to help that dragster down there as he is now stuck. That's dragster K232, and so we're going to pause things just momentarily here at Gainesville Raceway as we're about halfway through now our Super Pro class, the FB Trailer Super Pro class. And we'll give this dragster some help off the racetrack. So it was Corey LeClaire that laid it down in the right-hand lane, a 4.806 for Corey at 144.12 miles per hour. Apparently that dragster is under power. And just working its way off the drag strip. And then you're going to have Victor Adams coming up from Gainesville, Florida, right here in Gainesville. Victor's from, and he'll be in that left-hand lane, going up against one of our dragsters we have here in the FB Trailer Super Pro class. It'll be dragster number B217. And there goes that dragster off the racetrack. So with that dragster off the racetrack, we'll get back to racing action. And we'll see what kind of run Victor can lay down here in qualifying. Victor is usually a pretty good qualifier in the left-hand lane from Gainesville, Florida. And a wheel stand for Victor. Pretty good launch there. The dragster is going to put down a 4.934 at 139 even. Victor putting a 6.536 in at 106.9 miles per hour. Not bad for Victor Adams there. That's going to bring up our next pair as well. We've got Corky Alford coming up in his racing machine, going to be in the right-hand lane out of Glen St. Mary, Florida. Alden Rollins will be from High Springs, Florida. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We are calling all speed and machine junior street class to lanes number 1 and 2. All Allen's speed and machine junior street class to lanes number 1 and 2. Allen's speed and machine junior street class to lanes number 1 and 2. Again, attention in the pits. If you are part of the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street Class, you are going to be on deck and you can start making your way over to lanes number 1 and 2. All right, so Corky Alford going to put down a 6.938 at 95.93 miles per hour. Alden Rollins ran a red light, but he put down a 5.745 at 117.93. Mike Matreeson from Brooksville, Florida, going up against John Dwayne from Jacksonville. John going to be in that left-hand lane, and Mike in the right hand. Again, first call for our junior street class is going to be in lanes number 1 and 2. The Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street Class in lanes number 1 and 2 will be on deck. Brian Brian Radley from Bellevue, Florida, will be in the right-hand lane in that Chevy Camaro, going up against Daniel Mockney from Venice, Florida. Again, working our way through the first qualifying attempt, first and only qualifying attempt here today for again, calling all Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street classes. You're in lanes number 1 and 2 for your first qualifying attempt. Daniel Montney is going to red light, and Brian Radley is going to be in the right-hand lane, putting down a 6.540 at 104.62 miles per hour. That'll bring up Stephen Young in the Space Coast Auto Machine out of St. Augustine, Florida. He'll be going up against car number J211 in the right-hand lane. Stephen Young ran a 7.172 in the left-hand lane, 92.93 miles per hour for him. Joe Pixton in the right-hand lane out of Wilston, Florida. Going up against Dragster number 2900. And calling all FB trailers, all Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street classes. You're going to be in lanes number 1 and 2. We're working through our FB Trailers Super Pro class right now. Dragster on the left running a 4.682 at 151.66 miles per hour. One of our fastest passes of the day. Joe Pixton running a 7.18 at 97.24 miles per hour. Which will bring up Troy Volker in the right lane from Ocala, Florida, going up against Michael Bonacci in the left lane. Both of these cars hailing out of Ocala. Ocala just about 40 minutes south from Gainesville. See what Michael and Troy could do. Michael Bonacci has been super racy. He was super racy at the end of last year. Saw him in a couple of finals. And here he is with his first qualifying attempt of the day. And it's going to be a red light for Michael Bonacci. Troy Volker going to be in the right-hand lane, going to lay down. And it's going to be a 6.851 for Troy, 5.022 for Michael Bonacci at 135.95 miles per hour. Michael Bose from Jacksonville going to be in that left-hand lane, and that Roadster going to be going up against Dragster number 2252 as we continue to work our way through lanes number 3 and 4, which was our overflow for our FB Trailer Super Pro class. And once we get to them, we'll get again to our Allen Speed Machine Junior Street class. If you are part of the Junior Street class, please start making your way over to lane number 1 and 2 when you can. Dragster on the right, running a 4.716 at 146.64 miles per hour. Michael Bose running 122.64. Norm Williams comes up from Yulee, Florida. Norm in that right-hand lane going up against truck number 2629 in the left lane. Off they go. Norm flying down the racetrack at 5.686 for Norm. Williams at 120.48 miles per hour. Bring up car number 2151 in the left-hand lane. Going up against Bobby Trinnell out of Fort White, Florida. Bobby going to be in the right-hand lane. Pretty good start for both of those cars. Bobby Trinnell going to run a 5.280 at 130.13 miles per hour. And Bobby's looking pretty sporty here today at Gainesville Raceway. Rick Perry from St. Cloud, Florida will be in the right-hand lane. He'll be going up against Paul Allen from Middleburg, Florida. Paul Allen with the main wheel stand. Rick Perry red lit. And so Paul Allen going to get credited with that win in the left-hand lane. 6.643 at 100 miles per hour. And did it with some style there. Rick Perry put down a 5.684 at 120.44 miles per hour. DJ Groloa from Brunswick, Georgia, going up against truck in the right-hand lane. Going to be X272 in the right-hand lane. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Calling the street bike car class over to lane number 7. Street bike class to lane 7. Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street class to lanes 1 and 2. Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street class to lanes 1 and 2. The street bike class can go into lane number 7. We're calling both of those classes over to the stage lanes. Thank you. Bob Barnes just put down a 5.718 pass at 118.16 miles per hour. Dave Damrest at a 4.702 at 146.5. And that'll bring up Kelly Hicks from Elkton, Florida. Kelly will be in the right-hand lane. He'll be going up against car number 281H. And if you weren't woken up already, come on down to the stage. Nothing like a little tire smoke to wake you up in the morning. As we get ready for our next race down the racetrack, Kelly Hicks going to be in that right-hand lane. Elkton, Florida is where Kelly's from. They are both ready to go. Kelly puts down a 4.542 at 151.27 miles per hour. It's a pretty good pass from Kelly Hicks to start the day off. Left lane ran a 6.998, just under 7 seconds at 96.42 miles per hour. Darren Stutz out of Green Cove Springs, Florida, will be in the right-hand lane. He'll be next, going up against Rory Hagedorn in the left lane. Get attention in the pits. Calling the street bike class to lane number 7 and the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street Class to lanes number 1 and 2. The Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street Class U will be next, followed by the street bike class. That's a heck of a ride for Darren Stutz. He started off right, worked his way left, but a pretty good pass at 5.5 even at 124.53 miles per hour. Pretty nice car control out of Darren Stutz. Hung on to that all the way down. Roy ran a 6.228 at 109.58 miles per hour. Dan Dobson is out of Gainesville. He'll be in the left lane going up against car number 2121. Oh, some smoke out of the left side. Oh, that's a lot of smoke coming out of Dan Dobson's machine. And the right lane going to run a 6.42 at 110.90 miles per hour. Dan Dobson stayed in it with a 6.396 at 105.98. But quite a bit of smoke came off of the Dan Dobson machine, so we're going to have to go out and check that out. We'll send our track crew out, just make sure that the track is okay. We'll take a look at it. Didn't start till about 200 feet down the track, and then just a puff of smoke out of Dan Dobson. Looked like a couple of pieces may have come off that machine. So we're going to clear the racetrack. Crew saying that the track looks fairly good so far. Just a few pieces may have been left on that racing surface, but overall, pretty good pass in that right-hand lane with a 6.42 at 110.90. And then you get Dan Dobson laying that down at a 6.396 at 105.98 miles per hour. As we continue to work through our FB Trailer Super Pro class, got a couple of runs left to make. And then we'll move on to our Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street Class. If you're part of the Junior Street Class, you're going to be in lanes number 1 and 2, and you should be headed over to the stage lanes and getting ready to go. That'll be followed by the Street Bike Class, which will be in lane 7. And if you are part of the Street Bike Class, you can work your way over to lane number 7 as well. And we'll be having those back-to-back coming up, the Junior Street Class and the Street Bike Class. All right, they say the track's all clear, and we're going to get back to racing action. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. from Citra, Florida will be in the right-hand lane. He'll be going up against Glenn Newmans. Glenn Newman's out of Alachua, Florida, and Dwayne Schmidt Jr. from Citra. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. in the right lane. And there goes Glenn Newmans. And Glenn putting that a 5.565 at 121.75 miles per hour. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. with a 5.724 at 119.96 miles per hour, but a red light in the left-hand lane. Brings up Ken Grant in the left lane. Going up against a Ford Mustang in the right lane. Ford Mustang number 216H. I'm going to back the Mustang up off the line for a second. Not really sure what happened there with Ken Grant, but he's going to head on down the track here. And the Mustang will run a 5.840 at 116.43 miles per hour. James Hicks Jr. will come up next. James is from Elkton, Florida. He'll be going up against Brendan George. Brendan George will be in the left-hand lane. All getting ready for eliminations this afternoon, which will be coming your way. And thanks for coming out to the Scorpion Racing ET Bracket Series here today. 6 classes of racing that we have going on here today. Currently getting through first round qualifications. Brian George red lane just barely in the left lane. James Hicks Jr. will lay down a 4.638 at 148.85 miles per hour. Brings up Buddy Goolsby from High Springs, Florida against Michael Carpenter from St. Petersburg, Florida. And calling all Allen Speed Machine Junior Street classes over. If you're if you have a car in that class, you should be ready to go in lanes number 1 and 2. You'll be next, followed by the street bike class. Michael Carpenter's got a red light, but it was a 4.705 at 146 miles per hour. Buddy Goolsby ran a 6.387 at 105.454 miles per hour in the right-hand lane. Jay Arnold from St. Petersburg, Florida, in the red pickup truck will be in the left-hand lane going up against truck number M227. Just a few more pairs to get through for our FB Trailer Super Pro Class qualifications. generate a 6.335 and 106.55 miles per hour. Right lane ran a 6.641. You got Robert Carlson in the right-hand lane from St. Augustine, Florida, going up against Cameron Fredrickson in the left lane. They're both ready to go. Robert Carlson will put in a 5.152 run at 133 miles per hour. Cameron ran a 5.636 at 122.31. Kenny Bevins comes up from Tallahassee, Florida. And Kevin Powers from St. Mary, Florida will be in the left lane. And Kenny from Tallahassee will be in the right-hand lane. Got just a couple more to go in our FB Trailer Super Pro class. Kevin Powers, red lane. So Kenny Bevins will win that at a 6.334 at 109.84 miles per hour. Austin Logan in the left lane. Coming up against Dragster K232 in the right lane. And then we'll have one final run coming up here. After these two pairs, that'll take care of our FB Trailer Super Pro Class qualifications. Yeah, coming up next is going to be our Allen Speed Machine Junior Street Class. That'll be in lanes number 1 and 2, and then our Street Bike car class is in lane number 7. If you are a part of both of those, you should be ready to go, as we're going to move right into our Allen Speed Machine Junior Street Class, our Junior Street Class. All right, we'll see what Austin Logan could do in this left-hand lane, as well as his dragster. Logan's got a barely red light, and the dragster shuts it off early. Austin Logan will put in a 5.761 and 116.76 miles per hour, as the dragster shut it down just a bit early. Got one more to go, and this will be Brian Jones from Orange Park, Florida. This will be our final car to run in the FB Trailer Super Pro class. And then we're going to move on to the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street Class. And coming up for this Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street Class, they feature 13 to 16-year-old racers. They're in full-bodied street vehicles with an adult co-driver as their teammate. That combines racing and car safety. That'll be coming up next. And so Brian Jones heads down the racetrack, and that'll bring up the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street Class. And attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Now calling the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits. Calling the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6 for your first qualification attempt of the day. Chelsea Dwayne and Molly Banger in the right-hand lane from Palmetto, Florida. Molly hails from Chelsea from Jacksonville. Chelsea's going to put down a 9.164, 78.3 miles per hour. The right-hand lane, Molly running a 10.843 at 65.85 miles per hour. Caden Holloway from Inverness, Florida will be in the left lane going up against the GMC pickup in the right-hand lane. Again, these are junior draggers that are aged 13 to 16 years old. They get to go with a supervised parent in the passenger seat. And once we get through this, we're going to move on to our street bike class. If you're a part of the street bike class, you should be ready to go. You are on deck. And we are making the call for the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. This is your first call. Head on over to lanes 5 and 6 if you're part of the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. Caden lays down a 10.807 in the left lane at 67.21 miles per hour. Right lane ran a 9.988 at 74.10. Aaron Kennedy from Middleburg, Florida will be in the right-hand lane. And Briella Browning will be in the left lane from Wesley Chapel, Florida. Brings up our final pairing. It's going to be Hayden Ilion in the right-hand lane going up against Tanner Mopney from Bradenton, Florida. Tanner will be in the left lane, Hayden in the right lane. Hayden with the burnout in that Chevy Silverado. And just about ready to go. Tanner going to be in that left-hand lane. Hayden in the right lane. A good start for Tanner. And Tanner Botany going to throw down a 9.208 at 76.37 miles per hour. Hayden ran a 10.204 at 68.96 in the right lane. All right, that brings up the street bike class. And you got Tom Oates in the right-hand lane, be going up against Richard Holder from Jacksonville, Florida. Now calling the junior dragsters over call the FB Trailers Junior Dragsters over. You're going to be, if you are a 13 to 17-year-old, you're going to be in lane number 1. If you are a 10 to 12-year-old, lane number 2. And if you are a 6 to 9-year-old, you will be in lane number 8. Calling the FB Trailers Junior Dragsters over to the stage lanes. Both of these bikes are going to red light, but it'll be Richard Holder that will put down a 5.417 pass at 123.94 miles per hour. Tom Moran a 7.317 at 97.43. Santi Rodriguez Jr. will be in the right lane, going up against Dwayne Leachman from Wildwood, Florida, who will be in the left lane. It's a little early for Rodriguez Jr. as he's going to red light in the right lane, but Dwayne Leachman will put down a 5.294 pass at 120.65 miles per hour. Santi ran a 5.486 at 122.46 miles per hour. Again, calling the FB Trailers Junior Dragsters over for your first qualifying attempt. 13 to 17-year-old class will be in lane number 1. 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2. And if you're in the 6 to 9-year-old class, you're going to be in lane number 8. Coming up after the street bike class, you're going to have the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. If you're part of the Sportsman class, come on over to lane number 5 and 6. John Grove puts down a 5.463 at 132.95 miles per hour right lane. Joe Clemmy ran a 6.641 at 92.90 miles per hour. Larry Berger will be in the right-hand lane going up against Anthony Vieira from Palm Coast, Florida. He'll be in the left-hand lane. Larry Berger from Jacksonville, Florida. And a red light for Anthony Vieira. Larry Berger is laid down a 6.867 pass, 102.29 miles per hour. Left lane ran a 5.546 at 128.27. Samuel Parrish in the right lane from Green Cove Springs, Florida, going up against Scott DeLong from Citra. Red light for Scott DeLong, Samuel Parrish. Will be a 5.498 for Samuel Parrish at 125.23 miles per hour. Scott DeLong red lit and ran a 5.633 at 121.81. Chuck Wooten will be in the left lane from Reddick, Florida. Jordan Volker is going to be in the right lane from Ocala, Florida. Again, calling all of our FB Trailers junior dragsters over to the stage lanes. Age groups 13 to 17 in lane 1. Age group 10 to 12 in lane 2. And if you are 6 to 9-year-olds, you're going to be in lane 8. Red light for Chuck Wooten. Jordan Volker will pick up the win at 82.63 miles per hour. Chuck Wooten running a 6.292 at 109.54 in the 8th mile. Topped out at 129.42 miles per hour. And that'll bring up the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. They'll be in lanes number 5 and 6. And following the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class, we'll have our FB Trailers junior dragsters coming up. And then we'll get ready for the opening ceremonies here and get eliminations underway. You all will have an opportunity for a buyback if you lose in the first round. Just a little bit of track maintenance here before we get to our Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class, which will be our next class to run, followed by our FB Trailers Junior Dragsters. Appreciate everybody coming out to Gainesville Raceway today. It's been a great day so far of action. Currently getting through the final qualifications before we move to our first round eliminations, which will be coming up after the junior dragsters. I'm going to have, before we get to the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class, we're going to have a quick rerun here for one of our Allen Speed Machine Junior Street class drivers. This is going to be Molly Banger in the right lane, Molly out of Palmetto, Florida. And then we'll move right into the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class after Molly makes her run. Let's see what Molly can do here. Headed down the racetrack in that Chevy. And Molly's going to put in a 10.817 run at 64.21 miles per hour for Molly Banger. All right, that brings up the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. John Lamondola from Gainesville, Florida will lead us off in the right-hand lane. Be going up against car number 2272 in the left-hand lane. Red light in the left lane, and John Lamondola will put down a 7.831 pass at 90.87 miles per hour. And John in that right-hand lane, that left lane, a red light with a 91.49 pass at 7.315. Jeff Berrier in the right lane in the Dodge Charger. And he'll be going up against Steven Strickland in the left lane out of St. John, Florida. That's a pretty good race through 330 feet, nearly even, and it's very close. And left lane, Steven Strickland going to win, but the right lane, Jeff ended up red lighting a little bit early. Left lane won with a 7.414 at 96.22 miles per hour. Right lane, Jeff ran a 7.524 at 92.50 miles per hour. Daniel Salyers in the right lane from Reddick, Florida, will go up against car number 0954. Daniel Salyers in that right lane will go up a little short, but 7.412 in the right lane for Daniel, 90.70 miles per hour. The left lane ran a 7.54 at 97.22 miles per hour, grabs the win. As we continue to work through our first and only qualification for the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. And right after these, we're going to move to the FB Trailers Junior Dragsters. Marie Barron in the right lane going up against Jacob Richards. Jacob Richards will put a 7.674 on the board at 88.66 miles per hour. Marie running a 8.136 at 89.59. That brings up Bart Pangolinin in the Chevy Corvette in the right lane from Melrose, Florida. Bart's going to be going up against a Ford Mustang in the left lane. Bart will put down 8.31 at 87.72 miles per hour. Left lane, the Mustang put down a 7.335 at 74.25 miles per hour. Brings up Mitchell Gunter from Stark, Florida, in the right lane, the Dodge Charger, going up against Chad King from Gainesville. Mitchell Gunter in the right lane and Chad King in the left lane. Chad King will put in a 7.661 at 89.8 miles per hour. And Mitchell Gunter with an 8.783 at 79.56. Robert Simpson from Jacksonville, Florida will be in the right lane. Going up against the SUV in the left lane, number H229X. And Robert Simpson will qualify with a 7.614 at 89.81 miles per hour. Car on the left ran a 7.881 at 87.95. Kevin Roberts comes up. He'll be in the right-hand lane going up against Dennis Harsh, who will be in the Infinity in the left lane. And they both red light. But they look awfully fast. So we'll see what they put down and try to clean that up as eliminations will be coming up in the next round for them. Kevin Roberts runs a 7.613, won the race in the 8th mile, 7.641 for Dennis in the left lane. Brings up Jay Dixon in the Lexus out of St. George, Georgia, against Marcus Cruz, who will be in the left lane. And a little early there for Jay Dixon. Marcus Cruz will lay down a time of 7.090 at 95.27 miles per hour. Jay Dixon running a 10.707 at 67.95 miles per hour. You'll have Clint Wilson from Providence, Florida. He'll be in the right lane. Going up against Alan Hill. Alan Hill in the Ford Mustang. He'll be from Central, Florida. We'll get through the final couple of runs here for the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman Glass. Coming up next will be the FB Trailers Junior Dragsters. And then we'll get ready to go for first round eliminations. Clint Wilson picks up the win in the right lane, 6.877 for Clint. Oh, that was a pretty good race down there. Alan Hill will run a 6.984 at 97.74 miles per hour for Allen. Clint gets that victory in the right lane. Jason Rollins will be in the right lane from High Springs, Florida. Be going up against Monica Roberts from Ocala. And they both red light. Just so close. Monica was 001 and Jason was 002, just slightly early for both of them. They still put in a 7.188 pass for Jason Rollins in the right-hand lane, and then Monica ran a 7.950. I get Dawson Bass in the Ford Mustang from Jacksonville. He'll be in the right lane, going up against Scott DeLeon in the left. Dawson just a little bit early in that Ford Mustang. Draws the red light. Left lane, Scott DeLeon. Scott going to put in a 7.275 this for a 91.84 mile per hour pass. I was about to say this morning. It is now the afternoon. Currently 12:05 here at Gainesville Raceway. Lake Lynn Cadillac Sportsman class, got just a few more pairs to go before we get to our FB Trailers Junior Dragsters, which will be coming up again. 13 to 17-year-olds in lane number 1, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, and 6 to 9-year-olds will be in lane number 8. Larry Yerbenek in the left lane going up against Derek Putnam. Derek got to put in a 6.973 for Derek Putnam at 97.22 miles per hour. Derek, one of the announcers here at Gainesville Raceway, announced for quite a while here at Gainesville Raceway. Also, of course, running his dragster down there, and what a mighty looking machine. Chris Courtney will be in the left-hand lane going up against Tom Courtney. The Courtneys go up against each other, and Tom going to red light in the right-hand lane. Chris in the left lane going to lay down a 7.089 for Chris Courtney at 96.53 miles per hour. And then you're going to have a single to end things out here in the Lake Lynn Cadillac Sportsman class. It'll be a dragster. Dave Hicks coming up from St. Augustine, Florida. And then we'll get into our FB Trailers Junior Dragsters. Dave Hicks will run a 4.725 in that dragster at 145.97 miles per hour. Dave Hicks out of St. Augustine, Florida. That does it for the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. As we turn our attention now to the FB Trailers Junior Dragsters, we'll be having 3 classifications for Junior Dragsters coming up. You'll have the 6 to 9-year-olds in lane number 8, the 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, and the 13 to 17-year-olds in lane number 1. It's a great way to get into the sport of drag racing, as a lot of these are the future stars of tomorrow. That'll be taken to the track here in these junior dragsters. Once we get through the junior dragsters, we're going to do some track cleaning, and then we'll get into first round eliminations here in just a little bit. Again, at the end of the FB Trailers Junior Dragster qualifications, we'll do some track work here at Gainesville Raceway. Before we get into the first round, we will have a first round buyback from everybody. Once we get the junior dragster started, we're going to go from lane 8 to and then over to 1. So we'll start with ages 6 to 9, go from 10 to 12, and then over to 13 to 17-year-olds. We'll start first with the youngest of the FB Trailers Junior Dragsters in 6 to 9-year-old category. All right, we're going to fire them up. Got a couple of pairs here for the 6 to 9-year-old class in the FB Trailers Junior Dragsters. They'll be the first down of our Junior Dragster class. We run them from 6 all the way up to 17 years old in this classification. In this particular class, it's 6 to 9-year-olds. That'll be on the track first. Got Brentley Onway in the right lane from Inverness, Florida, going up against Dragster 25A in that left lane. Burnley puts in a pass of 11.824 at 53.87 miles per hour. Left lane ran an 11.881 at 53.14 miles per hour. That brings up the second of 4 pairs in our 6 to 9-year-old class as part of our FB Trailers Junior Dragsters. Trenton Tyndall in the right lane will be from Freeport, Florida, going up against K217 in the left lane. So we had one of our junior dragsters run into a little bit of a issue at the far end of the track, so trying to help that dragster off the racetrack. Once we get that off the racetrack, we'll continue on with our 6 to 9-year-old classification. Got 3 more to go. Then we'll jump over to lane number 2. It'll be our 10 to 12-year-old class, or we get to our 13 to 17-year-old classes in lane number 1. All right, looks like we got that car off the racing surface, so we will get back to racing action here in the FB Trailers Junior Dragsters. The engines are refired. And again, Trenton Tyndall from Freeport, Florida will be in that right-hand lane. Going up against Dragster K217 in the left. Well, it was a good start for Trenton in the right-hand lane. Left-hand lane also off to a flyer. We'll see who grabs the win here. It's going to be the right-hand lane. Trenton with a 11.873 at 55.52 miles per hour for Trenton Tyndall. Left lane running a 12.002 at 54.02 miles per hour. Brings up our third out of four pairs for the 6 to 9 year old class. Addison Williams in the left lane, going up against for 226B in the right. Right lane wins with a 12.021 at 53.12 miles per hour. Addison Williams running a 12.941 at 45.65 miles per hour. And that brings up our last pair in the 6 to 9 year old class. That'll be Hudson Matz from Gainesville, Florida, will be in the right-hand lane. Will be going up against M288 in the left-hand lane. Coming up next, we'll have our 10 to 12 year olds in lane number 2, followed by the 13 to 17 year olds in lane number 1. Well, Hudson Matz is going to be a red light for Hudson. A little early for Hudson. Left-hand lane will end up grabbing this qualification win. Hudson Matz going to put down an 11.957 pass at 52.28 miles per hour. And the left lane running a 12.173 at 51.75 miles per hour. All right, so that brings up our 10 to 12 year olds. As part of our FB Trailers Junior Dragster, Johnny Moxley will be in the right-hand lane out of Keystone Heights, Florida. Going up against Shaw Daniel. Shaw in the left-hand lane. And we've got about 6 pairs in our 10 to 12-year-old class. All right, Johnny Moxley in that right-hand lane going against Shaw Daniel in the left lane. And we're off and running. Shaw Daniel with a little bit better of a start than Johnny Moxley. We'll see if Johnny Moxley can run Shaw down. And he can. Johnny Moxley wins with an 8.977 pass at 69.19 miles per hour in the right-hand lane. Shaw Daniel running a 9.65 at 72.72 miles per hour as Johnny Moxley grabs the qualification win in that right-hand lane. That brings up the next round of junior dragsters, the FB Trailers junior dragsters here. You got Landon Siegel in the left-hand lane. Landon will be going up against dragster number 1130. All right, this next pair, ready to go, and they get the green light. Both of them. Landon, a little bit better of a start. We'll see if Landon can hold this. It looks like that right lane coming alive, and a close battle between both of them. And the left lane got a win. Landon Siegel with an 8.963 at 70.66 miles per hour. Wow, that was super close. 8.983 in the right-hand lane at 70.77. That brings up Wyatt Hicks in the right lane going up against Scarlett Hicks. All right, so Scarlett in the left lane, Wyatt in the right lane. Scarlett Hicks and Wyatt Hicks. Scarlett's got a red light. Wyatt Hicks will pick up the win in this qualification. Scarlett going to put down a lap at 1.177 at 72.37 miles per hour. Wyatt Hicks with a pass of 9.273 at 70.6. Blake Jones from Orange Park, Florida, will be in the right-hand lane. Blake Jones going to be going up against Peyton Duffett from Wesley Chapel, Florida, who will be in the left-hand lane. Again, this is our FB Trailers Junior Dragster 10 to 12-year-old class. Got one more qualification class to go. That'll be our 13 to 17-year-olds. And then we're going to do some track maintenance before first round eliminations begin. And that'll be A very close race, but Peyton Duffett going to pick up the win with an 8.987 pass, 70.69 miles per hour. Blake Jones running an 8.996 at 74.53 miles per hour. Skylar Carpenter coming up here in the left-hand lane from St. Petersburg, Florida. Let's figure from Orange Beach, Alabama, will be in the right-hand lane. We are putting down a 8.895 at 72.23 miles per hour, 9.138 in the left-hand lane for Skylar Carpenter at 70.64 miles per hour. Brings up our next pair of 10 to 12-year-olds. This is Jackson Collins, who will be in the left-hand lane. Jackson in the left lane going up against Dragster number 287 in the right. This is our last pair in the 10 to 12. We'll also have a solo run coming up here in our 10 to 12-year-old category for the FB Trailers Junior Dragsters. Then we'll move on to our 13 to 17-year-olds. In the right lane, getting the win at 8.942 at 71.69 miles per hour. The left lane running a 10.65 at 64.78 miles per hour. You got Kylie Montney coming up here from Venice, Florida. This is our last run in the 10 to 12-year-old class. We'll see what Kylie can lay down. So their one and only qualifying attempt. We are headed to first round eliminations. We're going to do some track work here in a little bit before we call the first group over for the first round eliminations. You will get a buyback opportunity. All right, so Kylie putting down a run of 8.993 at 71.64 miles per hour for Kylie. And that'll move us to our final qualification of the day. It's the FB Trailers Junior 13 to 17-year-olds. In the left lane, you got Weston Daniel from Lake Butler, Florida. Weston will be going up against car number 297. Weston red lights and the right-hand lane going to pick up the victory in this qualification effort. Weston going to put down a lap of 17.953 at 80.92 miles per hour. The right-hand lane running a 7.927, picking up the win in this pass with 80.91 miles per hour. Brings up Dragster number 1130X against number 2292. In the right lane wins it with a 7.954 pass at 83.41 miles per hour. Left lane ran a 7.982 at 80.82 miles per hour. That'll bring up Brooklyn Collins in the right lane, going up against Caden Holloway from Inverness, Florida. And Brooklyn Collins was just a little bit early, and that'll hand the win to Caden Holloway from Inverness, Florida. And Caden going to lay down a lap of 7.859 at 81.69 miles per hour for Caden, who wins the race. He had a pretty good reaction time there, too, a 0.004 for Caden, as he's able to pull off the victory over Brooklyn. That brings up Grayson Edelman from Land O'Lakes. He'll be in the left-hand lane going up against Dragster number 2037 in the right-hand lane. Grayson Edelman in the left-hand lane, going up against 2037, the Dragster in the right-hand lane. Pretty equal start for both of these junior Dragsters. They head on down the racetrack, and the right lane wins with a 7.910 at 81.85 miles per hour. The left lane running at 8.529 at 76.87 miles per hour. Get through our final qualifications as we get you ready for eliminations here at Gainesville Raceway later today. Thanks for coming out to the Scorpion Racing ET Bracket Series. 6 classes of racing here today. This is our final qualification class of the day. Red light in the right-hand lane hands the win to the left-hand lane winner with a 7.953 at 80.68 miles per hour. Right-hand lane ran a 7.890 at 83.28 miles per hour. Elizabeth Boyett from Cortez, Florida will be in the right-hand lane. She'll be going up against Aaron Kennedy from Middleburg, Florida. And the winner going to be the left-hand lane at 7.873 at 82.53 miles per hour. Aaron Kennedy grabs that win against Elizabeth Boyett, who also ran a 7.882 at 81.13. Pretty close battle out there. Lanier Cook from Middleburg, Florida will be in the left lane, going up against Dragster 214G. about 3 more pairs to go for the end of qualifications here for the 13 to 17-year-olds. Good start on the right side of that track. And going to be held on down for a 7.902, 79.50 pass. The right lane wins, left lane. Cook runs a 7.927 at 81.69 miles per hour. And so that'll bring up Tanner Mockney from Venice, Florida, going up against Sierra Height from Keystone, Florida. Tanner going to be in the right-hand lane going up against Sierra, who will be in the left lane. Red light from Sierra will hand the win to Tanner Mockney in the right lane with a 7.895 pass at 82.9 miles per hour. Tanner gets the victory. Sierra put in a 7.850 pass at 82.83 miles per hour. That'll bring up Briella Browning in the right-hand lane out of Wesley Chapel. So these are the last 2 qualifiers of the day, and this is Briella Browning on the track. Briella's going to head on down the racetrack. It'll be a 7.846 pass for Briella Browning at 81.31 miles per hour. And we'll have one more qualifier here today, and then we'll move into our eliminations. We're going to do some track work for a little bit after this final pass for our FB Trailers Junior Dragsters. And once this final pass goes, we will be doing some track work before we get into our first round eliminations. And this final pass is a 7.949 pass at 81.98 miles per hour. And that'll do it for qualifications here today at Gainesville Raceway. Coming up next, we're going to have the pre-race festivities, and we'll also get to the first round eliminations. Everybody is going to have a first round buyback. If you are eliminated in the first round, you will be able to have a first round buyback. You can have that come to the base of the tower, and we will get your buyback here today. But we're going to work the track in a little bit, and in just a little bit, we'll be calling over our first classes of the day for the eliminations. The first round eliminations coming your way in just a little bit.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit. We'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
All right, so looks like we're going to be down just a little bit longer. Hopefully we'll get back to racing action shortly. So we're going to take a little commercial break.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most foolproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
If your trailer looks like a jalopy, you're missing the party. Time to level up with FB Trailers. Located in Orange Park, Florida, right on Blanding Boulevard, FB Trailers is your ultimate stop for all your trailer needs. Whether you're hauling race cars, ATVs, or even a whole stack of toys, we've got you covered. We carry top brands like CargoMate, Forest River, and ATC, ensuring you get nothing but the best. From sleek car haulers to robust cargo trailers, our variety is as diverse as the racers who trust us. Why do racers choose FB Trailers? Because we know the road to victory isn't just about speed, it's about reliability and quality. Our trailers are built to endure the toughest and longest hauls. And it's not just about sales, we offer parts and service to keep you rolling smoothly. So next time you're in Orange Park, swing by FB Trailers on Blanding Boulevard or visit us online at fbtrailers.com. Gear up with the trailer that's as dedicated to racing as you are. FB Trailers, your ticket to the winner's circle.
All right, we have a little bit of an update for you guys. It's going to be probably another 10 to 15 minutes, potentially 20, 10 to 20 minutes. We're working the tracking for you guys. We are making progress on it, but just wanted to give you guys an update out there. We are working as hard as possible on the track surface to get it in the possible shape for you for first round of elimination. We're here. Speeds are Raceway and a little bit. And once we track one bit, we will be getting together over all work, tracking, presentation from us. Once again, give us another about 10 to 20 minutes to work this track in, and we'll be providing an update for you in just a little bit. Thanks for coming up to Gainesville Raceway. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The Jeans Class Pro Class. Again, Jeans Class Pro Class. Come on over to lanes number 3 and 4. Once again, the Jeans Class or Pro Class. The lanes number 3 and 4. We want you to come over to the stage lanes. We're getting ready to go for first round elimination. You'll also have the over in 5 and 6. Into lanes number 3 and 4. We'll put you in lane number 5. For the G Class Pro Class. Start working your way over to the stage lane. So, wrap it up, track prep here, and we'll get the pre-race festivities underway here in just a little bit. Once again, calling the Jeans Glass Pro Class over to lanes number 3 and 4. Overflow in lanes number 5 and 6. You're going to have lanes 3 and 4. If you can't fit in 3 and 4, come on down to 5 and 6 for your overflow in the Jeans Glass Pro Class. We'll be getting pre-race festivities underway here in just a few moments. afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Gainesville Raceway for today's action in the Scorpion Racing ET Bracket Series. Appreciate you all coming out. It is time for pre-race introductions. And to get things underway, we're going to get started with our invocation with track chaplain Santi Rodriguez Jr. Santi.
Thank you, everybody. If you can please remove your caps and bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Gracious Father, we thank you, Lord, for an absolutely beautiful day. Lord, we thank you, Lord, for all the diligent hard work that the track is doing for us, Lord, to provide us the safest and the best track possible, Lord. We ask you to be with them, Lord, and bless them, keep them safe. Lord, we ask you to be with each and every racer, Lord, that's on the property, Lord. Let their machines run straight and true. Let them run to the best of their abilities, Lord, and may the best man or woman win in their respective categories. And Father, Lord, we ask you to be with everyone on the grounds, Lord, everyone that's here, Lord, spectating your crew, Lord. We ask you to bless them, Lord. Let them have great memories and fellowship, Lord, that'll last a lifetime, Lord. Keep us all safe until our next appointed time. We give you all the praise. We give you all the glory. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Santi. At this time, please remain standing, and gentlemen, remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and with that, let's get the racing started. We're starting off with the Jeans Glass Pro Class, and that's coming up next year at Gainesville Raceway. All right, the engines are fired up here. All right, we are ready for first round eliminations. We'll also have a first round buyback if you are eliminated in the first round. This is Lee Zarembra from Inverness, Florida, in the left-hand lane going against car number 201C. in the right-hand lane. This is part of the Jeans Class Pro Class in lanes number 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. All right, to get things underway, as Lee is in first, and see who triggers these lights first. And it's going to be Lee. Lee's ready to go. First race of the afternoon, and we're off and running. On the right dial at a 6.45. The wind going to Lee. Zebra in the left-hand lane at a 6.436, 97.75 mile per hour pass. Mike Monty in the left-hand lane from Venice, Florida, dialed at a 6.19. In the right lane, car number 2882 dialed at a 6.40. It's going to have just the slightest advantage in the right-hand lane off the start. Ford Mustang against a Dodge Charger as we work our way through the Jeans Class Pro Class. Oh, the red light in the right-hand lane is going to eliminate the right-hand lane. Mike Monsi is going to win it with a 6.151, 109.81 miles per hour for Mike. Mike moves on to the next round. John Siegel is going to be in the left-hand lane. John Siegel is from Riverview. He dialed with a 5.69. Jimmy Hodges is going to be in the right-hand lane. He dialed a 6.17. Jimmy from Middleburg, Florida. And we'll get set to go for that first round elimination. Again, if you are eliminated, you are allowed to buy back. Good start for Jimmy Hodges. We'll see if he can hold it. That's a good race so far. Oh, man, John's going to get him. Left-hand lane winner with a 5.677, 114.97 miles per hour for John Siegel, who moves on to the next round. Austin Logan from Port Charlotte in the left-hand lane down with a 5.78, going up against Daniel Salyers from Reading, Florida. Let's see what Austin Logan can do. Austin was very fast in the qualifying session. So he was able to put down from Port Charlotte. Daniel ready to go. Austin taking his time getting in, and they are ready. Daniel's going to get the jump. And here's the big wheel stand out of Austin Logan. Austin Logan chasing Daniel Salyers down, and Austin Logan ends up with the victory. A 5.795 run for Austin Logan at 113.35 miles per hour. Daniel Salyers ran a 7.405 at 90.56 miles per hour. That brings up Christopher Duffin in the right lane from Wesley Chapel, Florida. He'll be going up against car number 281H, who dialed at a 7.02. Christopher at a 6.49 dial, but a half-second advantage in the left lane. Here they go. They get ready to go. Good start for Christopher Duffin. And Duffin is going to grab the win at a 6.506, 101.67 miles per hour for Christopher Duffin, and he'll move on. George Emanuel in the right lane from High Springs, Florida, dialed at a 7.64, and he's going up against Reed Ferreira from Jacksonville, Florida, who will be in the Camaro And they're off and running. George with a little bit better of a start. We'll see if Reed can run him down. Reed really coming alive at the 3:30. And Reed going to take him down with a 7.92, 96.20 mile per hour pass for Reed Pereira, who eliminates Emmanuel. Again, if you are eliminated, you can have a buyback for the next round. Mike Gaffney going to be in the left-hand lane for Wildwood, Florida, right around my neck of the woods. Down at a 6.97. Ralph Bratton from Gainesville, Florida, 6.19 on his dial. There goes Mike. Oh, Ralph has got a red light. Oh, my goodness. It was just a tad early for Ralph Bratton. But just like that, Mike Gaffney is going to move to the next round. 6.976 for Mike Gaffney and 96.81 miles per hour for Mike Gaffney. And off of the red light for Ralph Bratton. That brings up Kent Grant in the left-hand lane from Georgia. He dialed at a 6.27. He'll be going up against Keystone Heights' Travis Marchand, who has spent a lot of his time at Gainesville Raceway. Travis looked awfully good in qualifications. He dialed at a 5.85. And what can he do here? Can he eliminate Kent Grant, or will Kent pull the upset? Oh, Travis looks awfully strong at the 3:30. And the win going to Travis Marchand in the right-hand lane at a 5.841 and 115.89 miles per hour for Travis Marchand. Bob Hoxton in the left-hand lane, dialed at a 6.04. And then you get Roland Corky in the right-hand lane, dialed at a 6.95. And off goes Corky. Corky with the better start. We'll see if Bob can run him down. Corky looking pretty racy, and Corky's going to pull it off. Roland Corky wins with a 6.998. How about that? A 91.75 mile per hour pass as Roland Corky eliminates Bob Hoxton. Gary Thompson coming in. He'll be in the right-hand lane, dialed at a 6.91, going up against Kenny Bevins in the left-hand lane, dialed at a 6.26. So Gary going to have that slight advantage in that right-hand lane. We'll see if he can roll it off Kenny. Kenny also looked pretty good earlier today. So we'll see what Kenny and Gary can put down here. Yeah, working our way through the Jeans Glass Pro Class. Close race here. Looks like Kenny. No, Gary Thompson going to beat him with a 6.934, 97.272 miles per hour. Kenny Bevins ran a 6.285 at 110.78. Brings up Tom Courtney from High Springs, Florida in the right-hand lane. A 7.8 dial for Tom Courtney. He'll have the slight advantage over John Rollins, who dialed in with a 5.98, just under that 6-second bracket for John Rollins. See what Tom Courtney can lay down here. He's going to need a good start, as John Rollins is always very competitive. All right, that's a great start for Tom Courtney. Here comes John Rollins, also with a really good start. John hammering the throttle down there, and John Rollins going to get him with a 5.971, 110.63 miles per hour. Tom Courtney ran a 7.141 at 96.68 miles per hour. Brings up Jeremy Davis in the right-hand lane for Palm Coast, Florida, dialed with a 5.65. And you got car number 2X86 in the left-hand lane. Jeremy Davis on that motorcycle. And he's going to have nearly a half second to make up over the left-hand lane. Here goes Jeremy. And it's a great start for both of them. Jeremy trying to run him down, and he can't do it. Left lane wins it with a 6.216, 102.67 mile per hour pass in the left lane. Brings up car number 2805, 2005 in the left-hand lane, going up against X272 in the right-hand lane. 3/10 of a second quicker dial in the right lane. Big wheels stand out of both of them. Left lane starting to come alive at the 330. And left lane going to grab that victory at a 6.25, 606.37 miles per hour in left lane. First call for the Super Pro Bike class. First call for the Super Pro Bike class. Again, if you are in the first round eliminations for Super Pro Bike, you can start to work your way over to the stage lanes. First call for the Super Pro Bike class. Coming up, our next matchup, Stephen Weisneck going up against car number 2340 in the left lane. Stephen from Middleburg, Florida, down to 6.35. Oh, tough start in the left-hand lane. Not really sure what happened there. Oh, but Stephen Ridlett, so the left lane going to win either way. Sometimes you take them any way you can get them. 2340 moves on. That brings up Frank Medeiros III, who's going to be in the right lane in that Ford Mustang, going up against Michael Carpenter in the truck. Now, Michael from St. Petersburg, Florida, with a 6.44 dial, quicker than Frank Medeiros with a 7.02. So Michael going to have about a half a second to make up over Frank Medeiros III in that left lane of that truck. That truck was awfully sporty this morning, though. Coming up here, you got Lee Hauser in the right-hand lane going up against John Dwayne. John Dwayne from Jacksonville, dialed with that 6.04. He's been tough to beat lately. There goes Lee Hauser, and there goes John Dwayne. Dwayne with a better start. See if he can run it down. And yes, John Dwayne going to get the victory. John Dwayne with a 6.044, 118.31 miles per hour for John Dwayne. Eliminates Lee Hauser. Lee ran a 7.33 at 93.50 miles per hour. That brings up Ernie Renfro in the right-hand lane from Middleburg, Florida. Ernie dialed with a 6.65. He's going against D. Lighty from St. John's, Florida. D with a 6.55 dial. Very similar there. And they will take off. These cars coming alive. So is Ernie's, though. Ernie going to pull off the victory with a 6.642. 103.52 miles per hour pass. D tried to run it down. Just didn't quite make it there. Bart Pangolini coming up from Melrose, Florida in the left-hand lane. 6.59 dial for Bart. And in that right-hand lane, dial is 6.98. Car number 2619 in the right-hand lane. Red light in the right-hand lane. Bart is going to get the victory here. Bart going to lay down a 6.568, 102.14 mile per hour pass off the red light in that right-hand lane. Bart moving up to the next round. Once again, calling the Super Pro Bike class over to lane number 7. You are up next after the Jeans Glass Pro class. Dawson Bass in the right-hand lane is going to pick up that win. 7.87, 96.24 miles per hour for Dawson Bass, moves on to the next round. That's Steve Welsh in the right lane from Ocala, Florida, up the way. Just about 40 miles south of us is Ocala. And car number 6X61 is going to be in the left-hand lane, that Camaro. See what Steve Welsh can do in that beautifully colored machine. And off goes Steve Welsh. Trying to hold on to it, but the left lane going to pull it out 7.012 in the left-hand lane at 98.13 miles per hour. Car number November 212 in the right lane, going up against 2627 in the left lane with that truck in the left-hand lane. We'll see who can pull this off as we are more than halfway through now our Gene Class Pro Class eliminations. In the right lane, going to win with a 6.287, 98.37 mile per hour pass, beats the 7.736 in the left-hand lane at 88.80 miles per hour. Darren Stutz from Green Cove Springs, Florida, the right-hand lane dial with a 6.06. Identical dials on both of these machines coming up here. Richard Lindsay dialed with a 6.06 as well. So they're going to go at the exact same time. Unless you get a solo builder right here from Darren Stutz, and that certainly looks like what it's going to be. Darren Stutz going to lay down a 6.049 at 113.79 miles per hour. Here comes Curtis Peak from Quitman, Georgia, against Mike French from Ocala, Florida. Mike French in with a 6.15 dial. Curtis Peak with a 6.44.
And attention in the pits, we are calling the FB Trailers Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2, FB Trailers Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2, overflow to lanes 3 and 4. That's lanes 1 and 2, overflow to lanes 3 and 4.
Touching in the pits, the buy in the Super Pro class is going to be T200. If you are car number T200, you are the buy in round number 1.
All right, lining up now, we have in the left lane, Mark Neal from Middleburg, Florida. He is dialed in at 5.69. In the right lane, we have John Tyler from Anthony, Florida. He is dialed in at 7.46. And it looks like left lane is going to get the win at 100.98 miles an hour. We have Mark Neal from Middleburg, Florida, taking the win. And in the left lane but we have Scott DeLeon in the left lane. He's dialed in at 7.27. In the right lane, we have car number 2121 dialed in at 6.02. And it looks like right lane is going to take the win. That is car 2121 with a 6.053 at 108.35 miles an hour. And in the left lane from Middleburg, Florida, we have Paul Allen. He is dialed in at 6.65. In the right lane, we have from Stark, Florida, Chris Thies. He is dialed in at 7.00. Oh, and a little tough luck for the right lane. And well, our winner is the left lane. That's Paul Allen, Middleburg, Florida, with a 6.670 at 101.43 miles an hour. And in the left lane, Marcus Cruz. Marcus is dialed in at 7.11. Right lane, car number 219P, dialed in at 6.51 miles an hour. All right, in the left lane, dialed in at 7.67, we have Chad King. Right lane, dialed in at 6.74. That's car number 14. And the wind's going to go to the right lane. That's car number 14, 6.758 and 92.75 miles an hour. And in the left lane, dialed in at 7.25, we have car number 0X00. Right lane, dialed in at 7.62. Car number 2902. The wind's going to go to the right lane. Car number 2902 at 7.713, dialed with a speed of 79.93 miles an hour. And in the left lane, car number 7021, dialed in at 6.80 against the right lane from Gainesville, Florida, Lee Tadero in the van, 7.58. And the wind's going to go to the right lane. Lee Tadero from Gainesville, Florida, 7.574 at 89.54 miles an hour. And in the left lane, car number 216, dialed in at 5.85 versus from Bibbs, Florida, Tony Gambardella. Car number 135, dialed in at 6.09. Wind is going to go to the right lane, and that is Tony. 6.037 at 105.55 miles an hour. And in the left lane, Andy Lindsay from Alachua, Florida, dialed in at 6.84. And attention in the pits, we are looking for the FB Trailer Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2. Lanes 1 and 2 overflow to 3 and 4. So we're reaching the end of our Pro class, and we'll be moving on to the Pro Bike class. We will be looking for the FB trailers to move up to lanes 1 and 2. So in the right lane, we do have dialed in at 6.30 P267X. All right, right lane is going to take the win at 6.324 at 96.94 miles an hour. And in the left lane, we're going to have Roy Hacker Jr. from Northville, Michigan. He is dialed in at 6.81. Right lane, Phil Green from Ocala, Florida, and he is dialed in at 6.03. And it looks like that win is going to go to the left lane, and that is Roy Hacker Jr. from Michigan, 6.819 at 99.47 miles an hour. And we're coming up on our last couple pairs. We have Kevin Roberts in the left lane, dialed in at 7.62 versus Keith Collins in the right lane at 6.46. All right, in the left lane, car G226X dialed in at 6.98. In the right lane, Clinton Wilson from Providence, Florida, dialed in at 6.87. The win is going to go to the left lane, 6.973 at 97.17 miles an hour. Now we are moving on to our Super Pro Bike class. Left lane, we're going to have Dwayne Schmidt Jr. from Central Florida. He is dialed in at 5.74 versus Jeremy Fireball Davis from Palm Coast, Florida, and he is dialed in at 5.69. And the win is going to go to left lane, Dwayne Schmidt Jr. from Central Florida, 5.788 at 117 miles an hour. And in the left lane, we have Joe Kleem from Davenport, Iowa, versus Larry Berger from Jacksonville, Florida. Larry's dialed in at 6.79. Joe is dialed in at 5.72. And the win is going to go to Larry Berger from Jacksonville, Florida with a 6.776 at 103.44 miles an hour. And in the left lane, we're going to have John the Grove from Keystone Heights, Florida, 5.49 versus from Central Florida, Scott DeLong. He is dialed in at 5.64. Right. Good win for Scott DeLong from Central Florida, 5.697 at 109.89 miles an hour. Coming up in the left lane, Jeff Tisdale from Reading, Florida, dialed in at 5.60 versus Santi Rodriguez Jr., dialed in at 5.47. And that win is going to go to Santee with a 5.576 at 120.89 miles an hour. In the left lane from Wildwood, Florida, Dwayne Leachman. He is dialed in at 5.53 versus Anthony Vieira from Palm Coast, Florida, dialed in at 5.64. And the wind's going to go to the left lane, Dwayne Leachman, with a 5.564 at 122.43 miles an hour. In the left lane, we're going to have Roy Hagedorn dialed in at 5.53 versus Vance Michelle from Vero Beach, Florida, dialed in at 7.54. The wind is going to go to the left lane with a 5.462 at 124.1 miles an hour. Left lane, we're going to have Tom Motes dialed in at 7.19 versus Samuel Parrish from Green Cove Springs, Florida, dialed in at 5.32. And a good start in the left lane, and that win is going to go to Tom Motes with a 7.288 at 96.58 miles an hour. So we're going to do a little track prep right now, and then we will be moving on to our FB Trailer Super Pro class. A little bit of track prep, so give us just a few minutes. We will be moving on here shortly. are ready to get racing again. So we have in the left lane, we are going to have Danielle Mockney from Venice, Florida, dialed in at a 4.78 versus Jimmy Dixon from Ashford, Alabama, dialed in at a 5.69. And a good start in the right lane. The left lane is going to take the win. Danielle Mockney, Venice, Florida, with a 4.822 at 135.96 miles an hour. And in our left lane, Glenn Newman's from Alachua, Florida, dialed in at a 5.56 versus Roland Corky Alford from Glen St. Mary, Florida. He is dialed in at 6.96. And that's Dan Dobson from Gainesville, Florida, dialed in at 6.39 versus James Hicks Jr., dialed in at 4.64. And right lane's going to take the win with a 4.640 at 149.43 miles an hour. James Hick Jr. from Elkton, Florida. All right, in the left lane, we have Kevin Powers from Glen St. Mary, dialed in at a 4.96 versus Kelly Hicks from Elkton, Florida, dialed in at a 4.54. And the win's going to go to left lane. That's Kevin Powers with a 4.970 at 138.19 miles an hour. And in the left lane, we're going to have Austin Logan. Austin's dialed in at 5.78 versus car number 34D2, dialed in at 5.64. Looks like Camaro versus Camaro. Left lane's going to take the win at 5.800 at 112.86 miles an hour. That's Austin Logan. In the left lane, we're going to have Brendan George. Brendan's dialed in at 6.11 versus Paul Farrar from Jacksonville, Florida, dialed in at 6.46. And left lane's going to take the win, 6.120 at 105.41 miles an hour. That's Brendan George. And coming up in the left lane, car number XM227, dialed in at 6.65 versus Dave Demarest from Fort McCoy, Florida. Dave's dialed in at 4.70. Wynn's going to go to the left lane. Car number XM227, 6.667 at 99.99 miles an hour. Left lane from Palaca, Florida, Jackie Bennett, dialed in at a 4.45 versus David Harris. David's dialed in at a 4.89. The Wynn's going to go to the left lane. That's Jackie Bennett, 4.435 at 156.17 miles an hour. And next up in the left lane, Jenna Yarnell from St. Petersburg, Florida. Jenna's dialed in at 6.34 versus car number B217, dialed in at 4.94. The Wynn's going to go to the right lane. Car B217 at 4.936 at 136.18 miles an hour. And in the left lane from Orange Park, Florida, Brian Jones. Brian's dialed in at 4.48 versus Gene Spaziani from Lake City, Florida, dialed in at 6.06. The win is going to go to the left lane. Brian Jones from Orange Park, Florida, 4.481 at 152.11 miles an hour. And up next in the left lane, Michael Carpenter from St. Petersburg, Florida. Michael's dialed in at 4.73 versus Kurt Carlson. Kurt's dialed in at a 5.17. Kurt's from St. Augustine, Florida. The win's going to go to the left lane from St. Petersburg, Florida. Michael Carpenter, 4.834 at 118.11 miles an hour. All right, give us just a moment. We'll get racing back underway. We're just doing a little check on the track here to make sure we don't have some extra fluids that we don't need. So give us just a moment. When we're ready, we're going to be looking for Jim Barbara from Trenton, Florida. And in the right lane, car number J211. All right, everybody, give us just a few moments. We're going to back these cars up, and we're going to have to drag the track a few times before we get back underway.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
If your trailer looks like a jalopy, you're missing the party. Time to level up with FB Trailers. Located in Orange Park, Florida, right on Blanding Boulevard, FB Trailers is your ultimate stop for all your trailer needs. Whether you're hauling race cars, ATVs, or even a whole stack of toys, we've got you covered. We carry top brands like CargoMate, Forest River, and ATC, ensuring you get nothing but the best. From sleek car haulers to robust cargo trailers, our variety is as diverse as the racers who trust us. Why do racers choose FB Trailers? Because we know the road to victory isn't just about speed, it's about reliability and quality. Our trailers are built to endure the toughest and longest hauls. And it's not just about sales, we offer parts and service to keep you rolling smoothly. So next time you're in Orange Park, swing by FB Trailers on Blanding Boulevard or visit us online at fbtrailers.com. Gear up with the trailer that's as dedicated to racing as you are. FB Trailers, your ticket to the winner's circle.
All right, we are lining up Mr. Jim Barbera from Trenton, Florida. He's going to be in the left lane, dialed in at a 6.49. Right lane, car number J211. He is dialed in at 6.42. And the wind's going to go to the right lane, car J211 at a 6.521 at 103.40 miles an hour. And in the left lane, car number K232, dialed in at 4.46. And in the right lane, we have Christopher Duffett from Wesley Chapel, Florida. Christopher, dialed in a 6.48. Wind's going to go to the right lane, Christopher Duffett, with a 6.495 at 103.96 miles an hour. Next up in the left lane, Jerry McGill. Jerry's dialed in at a 5.45 versus Sherby Powell of Green Cove Springs, Florida, dialed in at 6.63. Wind's going to go to the left lane of Jerry McGill with a 5.471 at 126.95 miles an hour. And lining up next in the left lane, car number 2787, dialed in at 6.19 versus Norm Williams from Yulee, Florida, dialed in at a 5.67. And the win is going to go to the right lane of Norm Williams, 5.743 at 120.13 miles an hour. Left lane, we have Thomas Tolliver from Climax, Georgia, dialed in at 6.10 versus in the right lane, car X272, dialed in at 6.60. The wind's going to go to the left lane of Thomas Tolliver with a 6.127 at 105.81 miles an hour. Left lane from Alachua, Florida, we have Gary Vasquez, dialed in a 4.74 versus Rick Perry in the right lane, dialed in a 5.68. The wind's going to go to the right lane of Rick Perry at a 5.682 at 120.69 miles an hour. And in the left lane, we have Jimmy Montgomery from Melrose, Florida. Jimmy's dialed in at 4.97 versus Darren Stutz from Green Cove Springs, Florida in the right lane, dialed in at a 5.48. And that win is going to go to the left lane, Jimmy Montgomery, with a 4.948 at 138.33 miles an hour. Left lane from Jacksonville, Florida, John Dwayne. John's dialed in at 6.04 versus Mark Daniel in the right lane, also from Jacksonville, Florida, dialed in at 4.96. Win is going to go to the left lane of John Dwayne, 6.038 at 116.45 miles an hour. Lining up now in the right lane, Brian Radley from Bellevue, Florida, dialed in at 6.55 versus Michael Boss from Jacksonville, Florida, 5.30 is his dial in. The win is going to go to the right lane of Brian Radley, 6.526 at 104.33 miles an hour. And in the left lane, we have Michael Bonacci from Ocala, Florida, dialed in at 5.02 versus car number 2252, dialed in at 4.67. The win is going to go to the right lane. Car number 2252, 4.712 at 146.61 miles an hour. All right, our next pair to line up in the right lane, we're going to have Chuck Trotter, dialed in at 4.58 versus Paul Vizo, dialed in at 6.20. The win is going to go to the right lane. Chuck Trotter, 4.594 at 151.04 miles an hour. And now in the left lane from Gainesville, Florida, Victor Adams. Victor's out in at 6.55 versus Bobby Trinnell from Fort White, Florida at a 5.28. The wind's going to go to the right lane. That's Bobby Trinnell, Fort White, Florida, with a 5.300 at 125.23 miles an hour. Our next pair to go, left lane from St. Augustine, Florida, Stephen Young, dialed in at 7.17 versus Troy Volker in the right lane, dialed in at 6.86. Troy's from Ocala, Florida. Right lane is going to take the win. Troy Volker, 6.910 at 98.90 miles an hour. And in the left lane, we're going to have Grayson White, right, dialed in at 4.98 versus in the right lane, Joe Pinkston, 7.02. Joe's coming out of Williston, Florida. Left lane is going to get the win. That's Grayson Wright. 5.016 at 131.39 miles an hour. All right, our next pair, left lane out of Middleburg, Florida, Haley Wright. Haley's dived in at 5.13 versus Buddy Goolsby from High Springs, Florida, dialed in at 6.37. The wind's going to go to the right lane of Buddy Goolsby. 6.385 at 105.85 miles an hour. In the left lane, we have Lou Galley from Fort White, Florida, dialed in at 5.60 versus Corey LeClaire out of Dade City, Florida, dialed in at 4.80. And the win is going to go to the right lane. That's Corey LeClaire out of Dade City, Florida. 4.808 at 138.74 miles an hour. Our next pair lining up, Keith Collins in the left lane. Keith is dialed in at 5.58 versus the Charger, car number 2882, dialed in at 6.40. That one's going to go to the right lane. Car number 2882, 6.586 at 115.37 miles an hour. All right, our next pair lining up in the right lane, we have Mike Matrison from Brooksville, Florida, dialed in at 6.46 versus car number 2, XRC, dialed in at 6.35. Attention pits, we are looking for Alan Speed and Machine Jr. Street class to lanes 1 and 2, please. Alan Speed and Machine Jr. to lanes 1 and 2. And that win is going to go to the right lane. Mike Matrison, Brooksville, Florida, 6.484 at 103.82 miles an hour. Left lane out of High Springs, Florida, Alden Rollins, dialed in at 5.76 versus in the right lane, car number 216H. That Mustang is dialed in at 5.85 miles an hour. Left lane dialed in at 5.76. Right lane dialed in at 5.85. That win is going to go to the left lane of Alden Rollins. 5.757 at 116.17 miles an hour. All right, we're going to hold up just for a second so we can clear them out at the top of the track. And when we are ready, we are looking for car number 2900 in the left lane. Right lane is going to be Dwayne Schmidt Jr. out of Citra, Florida. Looks like we're clear. Left lane, car number 2900, dialed in at 4.49 versus the right lane, Dwayne Schmidt Jr. out of Citra, Florida, dialed in at a 5.75. That win is going to go to the right lane of Dwayne Schmidt Jr. 5.769 at 120.21 miles an hour. Our next pair is going to be in the left lane, Cameron Fredrickson, dialed in at 5.65. The right lane is going to be Tony Gambardella out of Mims, Florida, 6.02. And we're looking for Alan Speed, a Machine Junior Street Class, to lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street Class, please make your way to lanes 1 and 2. The win is going to go to the left lane, Cameron Fredrickson, 5.796 at 101.80 miles an hour. In the left lane, we have TJ Rolio from Brunswick, Georgia, dialed in at a 6.30 versus the right lane of car number 217, dialed in at a 4.93. Right lane is going to get the win. That's car number 217 at a 4.950 at 131.14 miles an hour. All right, in the left lane, we've got the car of Bob Barnes from Brunswick, Georgia, dialed in at 5.74 versus the right lane of Kelly Hicks, dialed in at 4.53. Kelly's from Elkton, Florida. Out a big wheelie from the left lane. But the right lane is going to get the win. That's Kelly Hicks with a 4.559 at 145.77 miles an hour. And in the left lane, we have car number 2629, dialed in at 6.47 versus car number M227 at 6.65. And in the battle of the S10s, the win's going to go to the right lane. Car number M227 at 6.651 at 100.11 miles an hour. And next up, in the left lane, car number 2151, dialed in at 6.47 versus Dave Hicks out of St. Augustine, Florida at a 4.73. That win's going to go to the right lane out of St. Augustine, Florida, Dave Hicks. The 4.734 at 144.41 miles an hour. And in the left lane, we have John Rollins, dialed in at a 5.96 versus right lane of Kevin Powers. Out of St. Mary's, Florida, 4.97 is dialing. Right lane's going to get the win. That's Kevin Powers. Out of St. Mary's, Florida, 4.976 at 134.40 miles an hour. All right, lining up now, left lane. That's Paul Allen out of Middleburg, Florida. Dialed in at a 6.67 versus Robert Carlson in the right lane. Out of St. Augustine, Florida. Dialed in a 5.14. Big wheelie for Paul Allen. And Paul's going to get the win in the left lane with a 6.653 at 100.02 miles an hour. In the left lane, we have car X2335, dialed in at 6.39 versus the right lane. That's the car Rick Perry out of St. Cloud, Florida, 5.68. Left lane's going to get the win. Car X2335. It's 6.386 at 107.96 miles an hour. In the left lane, we have Ken Grant, dialed in at 6.24 versus the right lane of Roy Hagdorn out of Venice, Florida, dialed in at also a 6.24. Right lane's going to get the win. That is Roy Hagedorn with a 6.248 at 108.87 miles an hour. All right, in the right lane, we have Brian Jones out of Orange Park, Florida, dialed in at 4.49 versus left lane of Glenn Newman's from Alachua, Florida, 5.55. So for our Cadillac Lakeland Sportsman, 2056 is the buy. That's car 2056. In Sportsman's class, we need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Lanes 5 and 6. And that's Tommy Campbell in the left lane. 6.358 at 108.12 miles an hour. All right, getting us started off with our junior street class. We'll be looking for in the left lane, Briella Browning. Out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. Right lane, number 2088, dialed in at 89.99. The wind's going to go to the right lane. The wind's going to go to the right lane with a 10.713 at 63.35 miles an hour. All right, next up in the left lane out of Jacksonville, Florida, Chelsea Dwayne. Dialed in at 9.16 versus Molly Banger out of Palmetto, Florida. Dialed in at a 10.89. The wind's going to go to the right lane out of Palmetto, Florida. That's Molly Banger. 10.964 at 59.16 miles an hour. In the left lane, we have the dually of Caden Holloway. Dialed in at a 10.82 versus Hayden DeLeon. Dialed in at a 10.33. And that win is going to go to the left lane of Caden Holloway in the dually. 11.174 at 67.39 miles an hour. Our next pair is going to be Tanner Mockney from Bradenton, Florida, versus the right lane of Aaron Kennedy out of Middleburg, Florida. All right, left lane of Tanner Mockney out of Bradenton, dialed in at a 10.35, versus the right lane of Aaron Kennedy out of Middleburg, Florida, 10.17. The win's going to go to the truck in the left lane of Tanner Mockney out of Bradenton, Florida, 10.606 at 59.15 miles an hour. In the left lane, Richard Holder out of Jacksonville, Florida, dialed in at an 8.65 versus the right lane of Joe Clem out of Davenport, Iowa, dialed in at a 9.07. The win's going to go to the left lane of Richard Holder out of Jacksonville, Florida, with an 8.991 at 108.54 miles an hour. In the left lane, we have Santi Rodriguez Jr. dialed in at 8.82 versus the right lane out of Green Cove Springs, Florida, Samuel Parrish, dialed in at 8.30. The wind's going to go to Santi Rodriguez in the left lane at 8.891 at 133.94 miles an hour. Our next pair up in the left lane, Dwayne Leachman out of Wildwood, Florida, dialed in at 8.30 versus Tom Moats, dialed in at 11.19. The wind's going to go to the right lane of Tom Moats, 11.416 at 112.38 miles an hour. Our next pair to go, out of Vero Beach in the left lane, Vance Hodeshell, dialed in at 11.88 versus Larry Berger out of Jacksonville, Florida, 10.79. The wind's going to go to the left lane out of Vance, 12.098 at 98.8 miles an hour. In the left lane out of Ocala, Florida, we have Jordan Bulker at 9.20 versus the right lane of Scott DeLong out of Citra, Florida at 8.20. The wind's going to go to the right lane of Scott DeLong, 8.273 at 131.32 miles an hour. And in the left lane out of Keystone Heights, we have John Upgrove, dialed in at 8.49 versus the right lane of Anthony Vieira out of Palm Coast, 8.62 is his dial-in. The wind's going to go to the left lane of John Upgrove from Keystone Heights, 8.567 at 159.57 miles an hour. And in the left lane of Palatka, Florida, we have Brett Bennett, dialed in at a 9.32 versus the right lane of Chuck Wood out of Reddick, Florida, 9.95. The wind's going to go to the left lane of Brett Bennett with a 9.441 at 136.79 miles an hour. And we're getting started with our Sportsman class. So we are going to be looking for our juniors. So the FB trailer juniors, 6 to 9 is going to go to lane 8, 10 to 12 to lane 2, and 13 to 17 to lane 1. That's for our juniors. FB trailer juniors will be after the Sportsman. 6 to 9 will go to lane 8, 10 to 12 will be to lane 2, 13 to 17 to lane 1. We're going to have a few minutes of track prep. We'll be moving on to our Sportsman. All right, we're looking for our Sportsman. We're ready to line them up, and we are looking for the left lane, Chris Courtney out of Gainesville, Florida. Right lane, we're looking for Jeff Barrier. All right, again, we are looking for our FB Trailers Juniors. FB Trailers Juniors, you need to be making your way to the lanes. 6 to 9 is going to go to lane 8, 10 to 12 to lane 2, 13 to 17 to lane 1. The wind's going to go to the right lane, and that's Jeff Barrier with a 11.745 at 116.77 miles an hour. In the left lane, we'll have Jacob Richards dialed in at 12.12 versus Ben Matz out of Gainesville, Florida, dialed in at 1162. Right lane's going to get the win. That's Ben Matz out of Gainesville, Florida, with a 11.660 at 113.42 miles an hour. Our next pair in the left lane, Chad King out of Gainesville, Florida, dialed in at 12.05 versus Bart Pangolinian out of Melrose, Florida, dialed in at a 12.52. Right lane's going to get the win with a 12.486 at 109.52 miles an hour. That is Bart out of Melrose, Florida. Our next pair to go in the left lane, car number H239X dialed in at 12.38 versus the right lane of Kevin Roberts. Kevin's dialed in at 11.85. All right, the Blazer in the left lane is going to get the win. Car number H239X with a 125.67 at 105.41 miles an hour. Left lane is going to be Dennis Harsh out of Gainesville, Florida, dialed in at a 11.90 versus Mary Barron out of Callahan, Florida, dialed in at a 12.47. Right lane is going to get the win straight out of Callahan, Florida. That's Mary Barron with a 12.479 at 105.62 miles an hour. And our next pair to go in the right lane, Marcus Cruz out of McClenny, Florida, dialed in at a 11.26 versus the left lane of Steven Strickland, straight out of my neighborhood of St. John's, Florida, dialed in at a 11.48. Right lane's going to take the win. That is Marcus Cruz out of McClenny, Florida, with a 11.231 at 118.14 miles an hour. In the left lane, we have car number 357, dialed in at a 11.00 versus the right lane of Tom Courtney out of High Springs, dialed in at an 11.20. The right lane is going to take the win. The Trans Am of Tom Courtney out of High Springs with an 11.323 at 105.32 miles an hour. Straight out of Ocala, Florida in the left lane, Miss Monica Roberts, dialed in at a 12.51 versus Derek Putnam in the right lane out of Gainesville, Florida, dialed in at an 11.08. Left lane is going to take the win out of Ocala, Florida. That's Monica Roberts with a 12.543 at 104.47 miles an hour. Lining up in the left lane, Scott DeLeon, dialed in at 11.46 versus Starks Mitchell Gunter, dialed in at a 13.64 in the right lane. Left lane is going to take the win. That is Scott DeLeon with a 11.542 at 114.04 miles an hour. Left lane, we have Allen Hill out of Citra, Florida, dialed in at 11.00 versus High Springs Jason Rollins in the right lane, dialed in at 11.39. The Mustang's going to take the win in the left lane. That's Allen Hill out of Citra with an 11.035 at 121.88 miles an hour. In the left lane, we have Daniel Salyers out of Reddick, Florida, dialed in 11.74 versus the right lane of Dawson Bass out of Jacksonville, Florida at 11.93. Left lane is going to take the win. That is Daniel Salyers out of Reddick, Florida, with an 11.752 at 112.35 miles an hour. Left lane, we've got Robert Simpson out of Jacksonville, Florida, dialed in at a 12.05 versus St. George, Georgia's Jay Dickinson in the right lane, dialed in at a 16.20. Left lane is going to take the win. That's Robert Simpson out of Jacksonville, Florida with a 12.166 at 93 miles an hour. Left lane, we've got Clint Wilson out of Providence, Florida, dialed in at 11.0 versus Sarasota's Nico Krashenko, dialed in at a 12.13 in the right-hand lane. And the win's going to go to the left lane of Clint Wilson out of Providence with an 11.062 at 116.63 miles an hour. And in the left lane, we have the Trans Am car number 0954 dialed in at 11.17 versus Jacksonville's Larry Urbanick in the right-hand lane, dialed in at 12.64. Left lane is going to take the win. The Trans Am car number 0954 with an 11.173 at 119.84 miles an hour. And we will have John Lemondola in the right-hand lane out of Gainesville, dialed in at 12.18. And that was a 12.242 at 113.66 miles an hour. All right, we are getting ready for our FB Trailers Juniors. Looks like we have got our flagger, our EMS down there in place. So we are now looking for our juniors. Looks like we will have number 25A dialed in at 1190 versus number 226B dialed in at 12.00. Left lane is going to get the win with a 11.890 at 53.37 miles an hour. In the left lane, it looks like we have Addie the Baddie dialed in at 12.90 versus Trenton Tyndall in the right lane of Freeport, Florida, dialed in at 11.90. And the win is going to go to the right lane of Trenton Tyndall from Freeport with a 12.034 at 46.26 miles an hour. Left lane out of Willacoochee, Georgia, Blakely Newmans, down in at 11.95 versus Brinley Holdway, from Inverness, Florida, down in at 11.90. All right, the win's going to go to Brinley in the right lane out of Inverness, Florida, with an 11.867 at 50.12 miles an hour. Left lane, we have M288, Dowden at 11.94. Right lane out of Gainesville, Florida, Hudson Mats, also Dowden at 11.94. Left lane is going to take the win. That is car number M228 with an 11.908 at 52.95 miles an hour. Left lane, we've got car number 287, Z87, 287. Down in at 8.92 versus right lane out of Orange Beach, Alabama, Mila Figueroa, down in at 8.90. Right lane is going to take the win out of Orange Beach, Alabama, Mila, with an 8.973 at 70.23 miles an hour. All right, in our left lane, we have Landon Siegel down in an 8.94 versus the right lane of Jackson Collins down in a 10.03. Our left lane of Landon Siegel is going to take this win at 9.008 at 70.08 miles an hour. In the left lane, we have out of St. Pete, Florida, Skylar Carpenter, dialed in at 9.12, versus the right lane out of Orange Park, Florida, Blake Jones, dialed in at a 9.04. Taking the win is going to be the left lane of Skylar Carpenter, 9.129 at 70.76 miles an hour. Now our next pair to go, left lane, Kylie Mochny out of Venice, Florida, dialed in at 8.99 versus the right lane of Scarlett Hicks. Scarlett's dialed in at 9.20. And left lane of Kylie Mochny is going to take the win, 9.004 at 71.58 miles an hour. In the left lane, we'll have out of Wesley Chapel, Florida, Peyton Duffett, dialed in at 8.97 versus the right lane of Wyatt Hicks. Wyatt's dialed in at 9.30. Left lane is going to take the win. That's Peyton Duffett out of Wesley Chapel with a 9.064 at 68.92 miles an hour. And lining up now in the left lane, Johnny Moxley out of Keystone Heights, dialed in at 8.90 versus the right lane of car number 1130, dialed in at 8.94. Right lane is going to get the win. Car number 1130 at 9.001 at 70.40 miles an hour. In the left lane, we have Shaw Daniel, dialed in at 9.06. Close as you can get right there at 9.067 at 72.38 miles an hour. Shaw Daniel. In the left lane, we have car number 297 dialed in at 7.97 versus the right lane, Tanner Mockney from Venice, Florida, dialed in at a 7.90. That one's going to go to the left lane, car number 297 at 7.976 at 79.87 miles an hour. Our next pair to go in the left lane out of Wesley Chapel, Florida, Briella Browning, dialed in at a 7.90 versus the right lane of car number 1130X, dialed in at 7.96. Left lane's going to get the win out of Wesley Chapel, Briella Browning with a 7.984 at 74.72 miles an hour. Left lane out of Lake Butler, Florida, Weston Daniel. Weston's dialed in at 7.98 versus the right lane of car number 2404, dialed in at 7.96. Right lane's going to get the win at 7.976 at 80.16 miles an hour. That's card number 2404. Left lane, we've got out of Land O'Lakes, Florida, Grayson Edelman. Grayson's dialed in at 8.30 versus the right lane of Xander Cook out of Middleburg, Florida, dialed in at 7.92. Left lane's going to take the win. Out of Land Lakes, Florida, that is Grayson Edelman with an 8.464 at 77.17 miles an hour. In the right lane out of Keystone, Florida, Sierra Height, down in at 7.90 versus the left lane of Caden Holdaway, down in at 7.90. Right lane's going to take that win. That is Sierra Height out of Keystone, Florida with a 7.914 at 82.37 miles an hour. Left lane out of Riverview, Florida, Everly Siegel, dialed in at 8.02. In the right lane, we have car number 2037, dialed in at 7.95. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We are looking for the jeans class, pro class, to lanes 3 and 4. Overfilled at 5 and 6. That is jeans class, pro class, to lanes 3 and 4. Overflow is going to go to lanes 5 and 6. Left lane's going to take that win with a 7.991 at 80.45 miles an hour. That is Everly Siegel out of Riverview, Florida. Our next pair, left lane, we've got car number 2088 dialed in at 7.91 versus the right lane of car number 214G dialed in at 7.90. So again, in the pits, we are looking for the jeans class, pro class to lanes 3 and 4. Overflow to lanes 5 and 6, please. We are looking for you. Left lane's going to take the win with an 8.025 at 77.57 miles an hour. That is car number 2088. Left lane out of Middleburg, Florida, we have Aaron Kennedy dialed in at 7.90 versus the right lane of Elizabeth Boyett out of Cortez, Florida, also dialed in at 7.90.
We used StreamYard when we did that, so we yeah. There are people all over the place who want to watch. So. That's cool.
Right lane is going to take the win. That is Elizabeth Boyett out of Cortez, Santos, Florida with a 7.972 at 80.08 miles an hour. Left lane, we've got car number 2263 down in at 7.95 versus the right lane of Brooklyn Collins down in at 8.05. Right lane's going to take the win. That is Brooklyn Collins with an 8.189 at 75.46 miles an hour. All right, we're going to have a few minutes of track prep, and then we will be looking for our pro class. That'll be the jeans glass pro class. So lanes 3 and 4, overflow to 5 and 6. All right, attention in the stands and in the pits. Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. at the Tower 3rd floor, Racers for Christ are going to have a non-denominational chapel service. So make sure if you are here, make your way up here to the 3rd floor at 8 a.m. tomorrow for their service. As Racers for Christ, non-denominational chapel service. We'd love to see you up here. All right, just one more lap on this tractor to get the track ready, and we will be looking for our next class to start lining up, and that is going to be our Jeans Glass Pro class. You guys are going to be next in lanes 3 and 4. All right, looks like we are ready to get back to racing. Left lane, we're going to have Mike Mockney from Venice, Florida in the Mustang that's dialed in at 6.19 versus Middleburg's Andy Pugh dialed in at 6.45 in the S10 in the right lane. Left lane's going to take the win. Mike Mockney from Venice, Florida, with a 6.257 at 102.50 miles an hour. In the left lane, we have Casey Stevens out of Nichols, Georgia, down in a 7.63 versus the right lane of Kenny Bivens, down in a 6.28. And right lane is going to take that win. That is Kenny Bevins with a 6.235 at 111.72 miles an hour. Left lane out of Jacksonville, Florida, Reed Ferrara, dialed in at a 7.08 versus the right lane of car number 2882. The Charger dialed in at a 6.40. Left lane's going to take the win. Jacksonville's Reed Ferrara with a 7.093 at 96.67 miles an hour. In the right lane out of Reddick, Florida, we have Daniel Salyers dialed in at 7.40 versus the left lane of Port Charlotte's Austin Logan, dialed in at 5.78. Left lane's going to take the win. Port Charlotte's Austin Logan with a 5.798 at 113.31 miles an hour. And in the left lane, we have car number 0x00 down in at 7.25 versus Green Cove Springs Darren Stutz down in at 6.04. Left lane's going to take the win. Car number 0x00 with a 7.288 at 93.61 miles an hour. And in the left lane, out of Wildwood, we have Mike Gaffney dialed in at 6.98 versus the right lane of Richard Lindsay, dialed in at 6.36. Left lane's going to take the win. Mike Gaffney with a 7.045 at 84.44 miles an hour. Next up in the left lane, Jason Smith out of Millwood, Georgia, dialed in at 6.95 versus Providence, Florida's Clint Wilson in the right lane, dialed in at a 6.54. Left lane is going to take that win. That is Jason Smith out of Millwood, Georgia, with a 6.994 at 100.58 miles an hour. Lining up now in the left lane, we have Kevin Roberts dialed in at a 7.62 versus Ty, Georgia's Kent Grant in the right lane, dialed in at a 6.22. Right lane is going to take that win. That's Ken Grant out of Ty, Georgia, with a 6.226 at 115.80 miles an hour. Left lane, we have car number 2X86 dialed in at 6.20 versus the right lane of Christopher Duffett out of Wesley Chapel, dialed in at a 6.49. Looks like right lane is going to take that win. That is Christopher Duffett out of Wesley Chapel with a 6.485 at 104.57 miles an hour. And next up in the left lane, we have out of Keystone, James Turner dialed in at 7.01 versus Starks, Chris Lease dialed in at 7.02. Left lane's going to take the win. Keystone Heights, James Turner with a 7.033 at 96.52 miles an hour. Left lane, we have St. Petersburg's Michael Carpenter dialed in at 6.45 versus High Springs, George Emanuel dialed in at 7.71 in the right lane. Left lane is going to take that win. That's Michael Carpenter with a 6.454 at 99.68 miles an hour. All right, in the left lane, we have Ocala, Florida's Phil Green, dialed in at 6.03 versus Gainesville's own Ralph Bratton, dialed in at a 6.19 in the right-hand lane. All right, a big wheelie for Phil Green. He also takes the win with a 6.037 at 111.06 miles an hour. Up next in the left-hand lane out of Quitman, Georgia, we have the S10 at Curtis Peak, dialed in at 6.47 versus Ocala's Steve Walsh in the right-hand lane, dialed in at 6.98. And the left-hand lane of Curtis Peak from Quitman, Georgia in the S10 is going to take that win with a 6.487 at 103.85 miles an hour. And in the left-hand lane, we have Bart Panglinian. Hope I'm saying that right, but I'm probably not. Out of Melrose, Florida, down in a 6.57 versus Jacksonville's Dawson Bass in the right-hand lane. Dawson's down in at 7.08. All right, in the right-hand lane, the Mustang of Dawson Bass out of Jacksonville is going to take that win with a 7.081 at 96.10 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we've got Jerry Bizzo out of Land O'Lakes down in at 6.29 versus the right lane of Gavin Hanby out of Omega, Georgia, down in at 6.60. Left-hand lane is going to take that win. Jerry Bizzo out of Land O'Lakes with a 6.301 at 102.24 miles an hour. And lining up in the left-hand lane, that is D. Litchie, down in a 6.53 out of my neighborhood of St. John's, Florida, versus the right-hand lane of Jason Rollins, down in at 7.20, coming out of High Springs. And the right-hand lane is going to take the win. That's going to be Jason Rollins with a 7.201 at 93.75 miles an hour. Left-hand lane from Ocala, Florida, Corky Bumpus, dialed in at 6.84 versus Middleburg's Jimmy Hodges. In the right-hand lane, dialed in at 6.14. Right-hand lane is going to take the win. Middleburg's Jimmy Hodges with a 6.139 at 111.75 miles an hour. And the left-hand lane out of Palm Harbor, we have Miss Debbie Young, dialed in at 5.83 in the Mustang, versus Gary Thompson in the right-hand lane, dialed in at 6.92. Right-hand lane's going to take the win. That's Gary Thompson with a 6.922 at 98.91 miles an hour. In the left-hand lane, we have Scott DeLeon dialed in at 7.26. In the right-hand lane, we have Daniel Young out of Newport Richey, Florida, dialed in at 6.71. Right-hand lane is going to take the win out of Newport Richey. That's Daniel Young with a 6.714 at 96.98 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we now have Marcus Cruz dialed in at 7.10 versus Ocala's Chris French dialed in at 6.17. Left-hand lane's going to get the win. That's Marcus Cruz with a 7.102 at 90.89 miles an hour. All right, in the left-hand lane, we've got Middleburg's Paul Allen down in a 6.67 versus Glen St. Mary's Roland Corky down in at a 6.94. Left-hand lane gets the win, and that's Middleburg's Paul Allen with a 6.675 at 99.94 miles an hour. Left-hand lane is going to be Jacksonville's John Dwayne, dialed in at a 6.04 versus Middleburg's Stephen Weischerek. In the right-hand lane, dialed in at 6.35 in the blue Mustang. And John Dwayne out of Jacksonville is going to take that win. Lining up now, we'll have John Tyler out of Anthony, down in at 7.48 versus Travis Marchand out of Keystones at 5.84. Right-hand lane's going to take the win. That's Travis out of Keystone Heights with a 5.845 at 115.94 miles an hour. All right, we are looking for our Super Pro bikes to line up in lane 7, please. Super Pro bikes line up in lane 7, and we will also be looking for our FB Trailer Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to lanes 3 and 4, please. FB Trailer Super Pro class 1 and 2, overflow to lanes 3 and 4, please. We are looking for you shortly. Left lane, car 253 down in a 6.53 versus Palm Coast Jeremy Davis in the right-hand lane down in a 5.67 on the green bike. Left lane is going to take the win. Car 253. It's 6.535 at 102.97 miles an hour. Now in the left lane, we have John Rollins dialed in at 5.98 versus Men's Florida's Tony Gambardella in the right-hand lane, dialed in at 6.02. And again, Super Pro bikes to lane 7, please. Super Pro bike class to lane 7, and the Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4, please. Right lane's going to get the win. Men's Florida's own Tony Gambardella with a 6.008 at 108.99 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we've got the Mustang of Andy Lindsay out of Alachua, Florida, dialed in at 6.84 versus Freeport's Chelsea Tyndall, dialed in at 6.03. Right-hand lane is going to get the win. That's Chelsea Tyndall out of Freeport with a 6.059 at 107.73 miles an hour. In the left-hand lane, we have Lee Zaremba out of Inverness, Florida, dialed in at a 6.40 versus High Springs Tom Courtney, dialed in at 7.16 in the right-hand lane. I know I'm not supposed to have favorites, but I'm always going to like a black Trans Am. It's a little bit of a bandit car. Can't help it. And the Trans Am's going to get the win in the right-hand lane. That's Tom Courtney out of High Springs with a 7.185 at 95.36 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we have got out of Lake Butler, Florida, Bob Hoxton, dialed in at a 6.53 versus Gainesville's Lee Tadero. In the right-hand lane, dialed in at a 7.53 in the white van. Left-hand lane is going to take that win. That is Lake Butler's Bob Hoxton with a 6.593 at 99.89 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we have Frank Medeiros III, dialed in at 6.93 versus Pontevedra's Lee Hauser, dialed in at 7.33 in the right lane. Left-hand lane is going to get the win. Frank Medeiros III with a 6.929 at 94.72 miles an hour. In the right-hand lane, we have Middleburg's Ernie Renfro, dialed in at 6.65 versus Northville, Michigan's Roy Hacker Jr. In the left lane, dialed in at 6.81. Left lane is going to take the win. That's Roy Hecker Jr. out of Northville, Michigan, with a 6.813 at 99.41 miles an hour. Right-hand lane, we have the Corvette car number 219P down in a 6.48 versus the left lane of John Siegel out of Riverview, Florida, down in at a 5.68. Left lane's going to get the win out of Riverview. That's John Siegel with a 5.697 at 116.65 miles an hour. And in the left lane, we have Citra, Florida's Russ Morris, down in a 6.95 versus Jacksonville's Robert Simpson in the right-hand lane, down in at 7.61. Right lane's going to get the win. That's Jacksonville's Robert Simpson with a 7.685 at 81.10 miles an hour. And lining up now, we have Middleburg's Mark Neild in the left-hand lane, dialed in at a 5.67 versus Gainesville's Derek Putnam in the right-hand lane, dialed in at 7.02. Right-hand lane's going to take the win. That is Gainesville's Derek Putnam with a 6.991 at 96.48 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we've got Wildwood, Florida's Mike Gaffney, dialed in at a 6.98 versus Tallahassee's Kenny Bevins in the right-hand lane, dialed in at 6.27. Left lane's going to take the win. That's Wildwood's Mike Gaffney with a 7.127 at 78.86 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we have Keith Collins up next, dialed in at a 6.49 versus Ocala's Mike French in the right-hand lane, dialed in at 6.15. Oh, that was a big wheelie out of that station wagon. And they are going to take the win. That is Ocala's Mike French with a 6.281 at 93.24 miles an hour. All right, we have our Super Pro Bike class up next. In the left lane out of Vero Beach, Florida, we have Vance Hodeshell, dialed in at 7.56 versus the right lane of Citra, Florida's Dwayne Schmidt Jr., dialed in at 5.77. Right lane's going to take that win. That's Citra's Dwayne Schmidt Jr. with a 5.968 at 118.61 miles an hour. And he's up, everybody, and waving. All right, so our right-hand lane is going to take the win. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. out of Citra, 5.968 at 118.61 miles an hour. Our next pair to go, left lane, Tom Motes, Dowden in a 7.19 versus Green Cove Springs Samuel Parrish in the right lane, Dowden at 5.55. All right, that's Samuel Parrish in the right-hand lane with a 5.546 at 124.87 miles an hour. In the left-hand lane out of Wildwood, Florida, Dwayne Leachman, Dowden at 5.56. In the right lane, we have Dowden at 5.50. That is our chaplain, Santi Rodriguez Jr. Looks like Santi's going to take the win in the right-hand lane with a 5.560 at 117.20 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we've got Joe Clem out of Davenport, Iowa, Dowden at 5.67 versus Roy Hagedorn, Dowden at 5.46 in the right-hand lane. Left-hand lane's going to take the win. That's Joe Clem with a 5.715 at 112.97 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we have Keystone Heights John Up the Grove, Dowden at 5.54 versus Reddick's Jeff Tisdale, Dowden at 5.60 in the right-hand lane. Left lane's going to get the win. That's John Upgrove out of Keystone Heights, Florida, 5.596 at 117.33 miles an hour. Next up, we have Palm Coast Jeremy Fireball Davis, Dowden at 5.63 in the left-hand lane versus Citra, Florida, Scott DeLong, Dowden at 5.63 also in the right-hand lane. Right-hand lane's going to get the win. That's Citra's Scott DeLong with a 5.669 at 116.44 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we have Palm Coast Anthony Vieira, Dowden at 5.43 versus Jacksonville's Larry Berger, Dowden at 6.76. Left-hand lane's going to get the win. That's Palm Coast Anthony Vieira with a 5.461 at 118.40 miles an hour. So it looks like for the Super Pro Class J267 has the bye. Super Pro Class J267. So we have just a few minutes of track prep before moving on to our FB Trailers Super Pro class. All right, racers and fans, we've got 2 more laps on this tractor on the track to get it prepped and ready for you. 2 more laps to go, so everybody be thinking about getting ready, fired up, and we're going to line them up in 2 passes. All right, getting started back with our Super Pro class. Starting us off in the left lane from Venice, Florida is going to be Danielle Bachny, dialed in at 4.80 versus the Elton's James Hicks Jr., dialed in at 4.63. Right lane's going to take the win out of Elton. That's James Hicks Jr. with a 4.637 at 148.69 miles an hour. Left lane, we have car number 2629 dialed in at 6.48 versus right lane, car number 34D2 dialed in at 5.63. Right-hand lane is going to take the win. That's car number 34D2 with a 5.649 at 120.33 miles an hour. In the left lane, we have Brunswick, Georgia's TJ Rolla with a dialed in at a 6.27. Right-hand lane, we have car number B217 dialed in at 4.94. Right-hand lane is going to take that win. Is car number B217 with a 4.950 at 134.82 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we're going to have Gainesville's Dan Dobson dialed in at 6.39 versus the right-hand lane. It's Ashford, Alabama's Jimmy Dixon dialed in at 5.72. That's Dan Dobson in the left-hand lane with the win out of Gainesville, Florida with a 6.398 at 107.42 miles an hour. Left-hand lane is going to have Alachua's Glenn Newman's dialed in at 5.56 versus Fleming Island's Tommy Campbell in the right-hand lane dialed in at 6.35. Left-hand lane, we're going to have Brendan George down in at 6.11 versus Williston, Florida's Joe Paxton in the right-hand lane at 7.02. take that win. That's Brendan George with a 6.114 at 111.17 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we're going to have St. Mary's Kevin Powers dialed in at 4.97 versus the right-hand lane. That's David Harris dialed in at 4.86. Left-hand lane is going to take the win. That's Kevin Powers out of St. Mary's with a 5.000 at 136.75 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we're going to have the Camaro of Austin Logan dialed in at 5.78 versus Green Cove Springs Darren Stutz. In the right-hand lane, dialed in at a 5.42. Left-hand lane is going to take the win. That's Austin Logan with a 5.798 at 113.70 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we're going to have car number XM227 dialed in at 6.65 versus the right-hand lane of Wesley Chapel's Christopher Duffett dialed in at 6.49. Left-hand lane is going to get the win. That is car number XM227 with a 6.744 at 92.89 miles an hour. In the left-hand lane, we have Orange Park, Florida's Brian Jones dialed in at 4.45 versus the right-hand lane of Gene Spaziani out of Lake City, Florida, dialed in at 6.02. Right-hand lane's going to get the win. That's Lake City's Gene Spaziani with a 6.048 at 111.61 miles an hour. Next up in the left-hand lane, car number 2151 dialed in at 6.45 versus Brooksville, Florida's Mike Matrison dialed in at 6.48 in the right-hand lane. Left-hand lane is going to get the win. Car number 2151 with a 6.473 at 111.23 miles an hour. And next up in the left-hand lane out of St. Petersburg, Florida, we'll have Michael Carpenter dialed in at a 4.66 versus the right-hand lane. Car number 2882 dialed in at 6.40. And the left-hand lane is going to get the win. That's Michael Carpenter out of St. Petersburg, Florida, with a 4.674 at 146.83 miles an hour. And next up in the left-hand lane, that's Jenna Yarnell out of St. Petersburg, dialed in at 6.34 versus car number J211, dialed in at 6.45 in the right-hand lane. Right-hand lane is going to take that win. That is car number J211 with a 6.535 at 103.34 miles an hour. In the left-hand lane, we have car number K232 dialed in at 4.47 versus the right lane of Rick Perry, dialed in at 5.67. And a big wheelie from that Camaro in that right-hand lane of Rick Perry's going to take the win with a 5.686 at 120.53 miles an hour. In the left-hand lane at Middleburg, Florida, Paul Allen dialed in at a 6.65 versus the right-hand lane of Chuck Trotter, dialed in at a 4.58. Right-hand lane is going to take the win. That's Chuck Trotter with a 4.632 with 149.91 miles an hour. Left-hand lane is going to be car number 2787, dialed in at 6.20 versus the right-hand lane of Jacksonville's Mark Daniel, dialed in at 4.94. Left-hand lane is going to take the win. Car number 2787, 6.221 at 110.91 miles an hour. In the left-hand lane out of Climax, Georgia, we have Thomas Tolliver, dialed in at 6.10 versus Yuli's Norm Williams. In the right-hand lane, dialed in at 5.70. Left-hand lane is going to get the win. That's Thomas Tolliver out of Climax, Georgia, with a 6.129 miles an hour. And lining up now in the left-hand lane, Keith Collins, dialed in at 5.59 versus Fort White, Florida's Bobby Trinnell, dialed in at 5.27 in the right-hand lane. Right-hand lane is going to take the win. Fort White's Bobby Trinnell with a 5.279 at 130.18 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we have Brunswick, Georgia's Bob Barnes, dialed in at a 5.74 versus Bellevue, Florida's Brian Radley, dialed in at 6.53 in the right-hand lane. And the right-hand lane is going to take the win. That's the Camaro of Brian Radley of Bellevue, Florida, with a 6.533 at 104.15 miles an hour. And in the left-hand lane, out of Middleburg, Florida, Haley Wright, dialed in at 5.11 versus St. Augustine's Kurt Carlson in the right-hand lane, dialed in at 5.11 as well. And the win is going to go to the left lane, Haley Wright out of Middleburg, Florida, with a 5.105 at 134.62 miles an hour. In the left-hand lane, that is Jerry McGill, dialed in at a 5.44. The right-hand lane, Fort McCoy's Dave Demarest, dialed in at a 4.68. Left-hand lane's going to take the win. That's Jerry McGill with a 5.464 at 124.02 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we have Alachua's Gary Vasquez, dialed in at 4.71 versus Green Coach Shelby Powell, dialed in at 6.67 in the right-hand lane. And we are looking for Junior Street Class 2, lanes 1 and 2, please. Junior Street, 2 lanes 1 and 2. Left-hand lane's going to get the win. Jerry Vesquez out of Alachua, Florida for .736 at 142.75 miles an hour. In the left-hand lane out of Melrose, Florida, we have Jimmy Montgomery dialed in at a 4.95 versus the right-hand lane, Paul Ferreira out of Jacksonville, Florida, dialed in at 6.44. Junior Street Class. Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street Class. Please make your way to lanes 1 and 2. Right-hand lane is going to take that win. Paul Herrera out of Jacksonville, Florida, 6.456 at 104.56 miles an hour. Left-hand lane out of Fort White, Florida, we have Lou Galley dialed in at 5.60 versus Ocala, Florida's Troy Balker dialed in at 6.89 in the right-hand lane. Left-hand lane's going to take the win. Fort White's Lou Galley with a 5.673 at 109.91 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we're going to have St. Augustine Stephen Young dialed in at 7.17 versus the right-hand lane of car number 2062X dialed in at 6.39. So we are looking for our juniors to line up in lanes 1 and 2, but our street bike class to lane 7. You guys can start making your way up here. So we're looking for the street bike class to make their way to lane 7. Right-hand lane's going to take that win. Car number 2062X at 6.413 at 102.56 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, Ocala's Michael Bonacci dialed in at 5.00 versus Glen St. Mary's Roland Alford dialed in at 6.93 in the right-hand lane. Right-hand lane takes the win. Roland Alford out of Glen St. Mary with 6.946 at 95.87 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, car number 2900 dialed on at 4.50 versus the right-hand lane, the blue Mustang, car number 216H dialed in at 5.81. And the blue Mustang in the right-hand lane is going to take the win. Car number 216H at 5.814 at 117.29 miles an hour. Left-hand lane at High Springs, we have Alden Rollins dialed in at a 5.75 versus the right-hand lane of car number X272, dialed in at 6.62. Right-hand lane is going to take that win. That is car X272, 6.624 at 102.23 miles an hour. Left-hand lane out of Trenton, Florida, we have Jim Barbera. 6.50 is what he's dialed in. Car number 2252 in the right-hand lane, dialed in at a 4.69. And right-hand lane is going to take that win. That's car number 2252, 4.736 at 144.38 miles an hour. Left-hand lane out of Jacksonville, Florida, Michael Boss, dialed in at 5.25 versus Elkton, Florida's Kelly Hicks, dialed in at 4.53 in the right-hand lane. Right-hand lane's going to take the win out of Elkton, Florida. That's Kelly Hicks with a 4.574 at 143.86 miles an hour. In the right-hand lane, we're going to have Dade City, Florida's Corey LeClaire, dialed in at 4.79 versus left-hand lane Paul Vizzo, dialed in at 6.20. Right-hand lane's going to take the win. That's Dade City's Corey LeClaire with a 4.806 at 141.02 miles an hour. Lining up in the left lane, Palaca, Florida's Jackie Bennett, dialed in at 4.43 versus the right-hand lane, car number 217, dialed in at 4.94. Left-hand lane's going to take the win. That is Palaca's Jackie Bennett with a 4.450 at 154.99 miles an hour. Lining up in the left-hand lane, Gainesville's Victor Adams, dialed in at 6.56 versus the right-hand lane of Ken Grant, dialed in at 6.24. Right-hand lane takes the win. That's Ken Grant with a 6.263 at 110.98 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we have car number 2, XRC, dialed in at 6.39 versus the right-hand lane of St. Augustine's Dave Hicks, dialed in at a 4.72. Right-hand lane's going to take the win. St. Augustine's Dave Hicks with a 4.797 at 131.73 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we have John Rollins, dialed in at a 5.97 versus Glen St. Mary's Kevin Powers in the right-hand lane with a 4.97. Right-hand lane's going to take the win. That is Glen St. Mary's Kevin Powers with a 4.950 at 138.39 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we have Cameron Fredrickson, dialed in at 5.65 versus the right-hand lane of St. Cloud's Rick Perry, dialed in at 5.67. Left-hand lane's going to take that win. Cameron Fredrickson with a 5.618 at 122.34 miles an hour. And lining up now in the left-hand lane out of Citra, Florida, Dwayne Schmidt Jr. dialed in at a 5.77 versus the right lane of St. Augustine's Robert Carlson, dialed in at 5.12. Right-hand lane is going to take the win. That's St. Augustine's Robert Carlson with a 5.148 at 132.54 miles an hour. Left lane, we've got car number X2335 dialed in at 6.39 versus the right lane of Venice, Florida's Roy Hagedorn dialed in at 6.24. And the right-hand lane is going to take that win out of Venice, Florida, Roy Hagedorn, 6.233 at 109.37 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we have got Alachua's Glenn Newman's down in at 5.56 versus the right-hand lane of Orange Park's Brian Jones down in at 4.47. Right-hand lane takes the win. That's Orange Park's Brian Jones with a 4.479 at 149.33 miles an hour. In the left-hand lane, we have Jacksonville's John Dwayne dialed in at 6.04 versus the right-hand lane of car number M227 dialed in at 6.64. Right-hand lane's going to take the win. Car number M227 with a 6.655 at 101.61 miles an hour. And starting us off with our junior street class. In the left-hand lane, Bradenton's Tanner Mockney down in a 10.38 versus the right-hand lane of Palmetto, Florida's Molly Banger dialed in at a 10.96. Left-hand lane is going to take the win. The Super Duty of Tanner Mockney out of Bradenton, Florida with a 10.241 at 69.81 miles an hour. Left-hand lane out of Wesley Chapel, Briella Browning dialed in at 10.98 versus the right-hand lane's Middleburg's Aaron Kennedy dialed in at 10.17. Left-hand lane is going to take the win. Briella Browning out of Wesley Chapel with an 11.020 at 58.91 miles an hour. Left-hand lane out of Jacksonville, Florida, Chelsea Dwayne dialed in at a 9.20 versus the right-hand lane, Hayden DeLeon dialed in at 10.25. Left lane's going to take the win. That's Chelsea Dwayne with a 9.271 at 76.06 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we have Caden Holdaway out of Inverness, dialed in at 10.82 versus the right lane of card number 2088, dialed in at 9.99. Right-hand lane's going to take the win. That is car number 2088 at 10.407 at 74.25 miles an hour. Left-hand lane out of Wildwood, Florida, Dwayne Leachman dialed in at 8.40 versus the right lane, Chuck Witten out of Reddick, Florida, dialed in at 9.95. Right lane's going to take the win. Reddick's Chuck Witten with a 10.034 at 128.52 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we have got out of Keystones, John Up the Grove, dialed in at 8.55 versus the right-hand lane, Santi Rodriguez Jr., dialed in at 8.82. Right lane's going to take the win. Santi Rodriguez Jr. with an 8.878 at 141.74 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, Jacksonville's Richard Holder, dialed in at 8.58 versus the right-hand lane of Palatka, Florida's Brett Bennett, dialed in at 9.32. And attention in the pits, FB Trailers Juniors, we are looking for you to make your way up here. 6 to 9, you're in 8. 10 to 12, you're in 2. And 13 to 17, you are in lane 1. So juniors, please be making your way up here. And we've got Duval County versus Putnam. Looks like Putnam's going to take the win. Right-hand lane out of Palatka, Brett Bennett with a 9.403 at 137.76 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, Citrus, Scott DeLong, dialed in at 8.15 versus the right-hand lane of Tom Motes, dialed in at 11.19. Right-hand lane's going to take the win. That is Tom Motes with an 11.388 at 116.16 miles an hour. Left-hand lane out of Green Cove Springs, that's Samuel Parrish. 8.40 is his dial-in versus the right-hand lane of Jacksonville's Larry Berger, dialed in at 10.85. And attention in the pits. Once again, looking for our juniors. Juniors, please making your way up here. 6 to 9 to lane 8, 10 to 12 to lane 2, 13 to 17 to lane 1. Left-hand lane is going to get the win. Green Cove Samuel Parrish with an 8.568 at 138.63 miles an hour. Left-hand lane is going to have Palm Coast Anthony Vieira dialed into 8.63 versus the right-hand lane of Vero Beach's Vance Howdeshell dialed in 11.91. Left-hand lane is going to take that win. Palm Coast Anthony Vieira with a 9.048 at 140.20 miles an hour. And starting us off in the Sportsman's class, we are looking for in the left-hand lane Gainesville's own Chris Courtney, dialed in 11.11 versus Gainesville's John Lemondola, dialed in at 12.21 in the right-hand lane. And in the left-hand lane, out of St. John's, Florida, Steven Strickland, dialed in 11.46 versus right-hand lane's Gainesville's Ben Matz, dialed in 11.69. Left-hand lane is going to get the win. Steven Strickland out of St. John's, 11.477 at 121.46 miles an hour. Left-hand lane out of Melrose, Bart Panglinian. No, I'm butchering that. I'm sorry. 12.48 says dial-in versus right-hand lane of Jeff Barrier, 11.74 dial-in. Bart's going to get the win with a 12.496 at 97.23 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we've got Scott DeLeon dialed in 11.53 versus the right-hand lane of starts Mitchell Gunter dialed in at 13.54. Left-hand lane is going to get that win. That is Scott DeLeon. 11.579 and 113.43 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we're going to have Jacob Richards dialed in at 12.08 versus the right-hand lane of Jacksonville's Larry Urbanek, dialed in at 12.61. It looks like Jacksonville's Larry Urbanek is going to take that win, 12.672 at 105.97 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we're going to have Gainesville's Dennis Harsh dialed in 11.76 versus the right-hand lane, Kevin Roberts dialed in 11.82. Right-hand lane is going to get the win. That's Kevin Roberts with an 11.969 at 101.48 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, Gainesville Sean Warren dialed in at 12.35 versus the right-hand lane of Jacksonville's Dawson Bass dialed in 11.88. Looks like the Blazers going to get the win in the left-hand lane. Sean Warren out of Gainesville with a 12.545 at 103.21 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, McClenny's Marcus Cruz dialed in 11.23 in the left-hand lane versus the right-hand lane of Callahan's Mary Barron dialed in at 12.47. Left-hand lane is going to get the win with an 11.579 at 104.78 miles an hour. That's Marcus Cruz out of McLean, Florida. Left-hand lane, we'll have Jason Rollins dialed in 11.37. Jason's out of High Springs, Florida. Versus the right-hand lane, dialed in at 16.38. That's Jay Dickinson out of St. George, Georgia. Left-hand lane is going to get the win. High Springs Jason Rollins with an 11.361 at 117.60 miles an hour. Right-hand lane is going to have Reddick's Daniel Salyers down in 11.74 versus the left-hand lane of Gainesville's Chad King down in 11.95. Right-hand lane is going to take the win. That's Daniel Sallers out of Reddick with an 11.825 at 104.53 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, Ocala, Florida's Monica Roberts, down in at 12.51 versus the right-hand lane of Providence, Florida's Clint Wilson. Clint's dialed in at 11.00. Left-hand lane is going to take the win. Monica Roberts out of Ocala. With a 12.482 at 106.05 miles an hour. And in the right-hand lane, out of Sarasota, dialed in at 12.13, Nico. Left-hand lane, out of Gainesville, we're going to have Derek Putnam, dialed in 11.05. Left-hand lane's going to get the win. Gainesville's own Derek Putnam with an 11.087 at 113.67 miles an hour. Left lane, car number 357, dialed in 11.00 versus the right-hand lane, Jacksonville's Robert Simpson, dialed in at 12.04. Right-hand lane is going to take the win with a 12.054 at 107.05 miles an hour. Robert Simpson of Jacksonville. Left-hand lane, car number 0954, dialed in 11.17 versus the right-hand lane, Tom Courtney of High Springs, Florida, dialed in 11.20. Left-hand lane's going to get the win, car number 0954. With an 11.268 at 119.39 miles an hour. And don't forget, tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., Tower 3rd floor, please join us for the non-denominational chapel service from Racers for Christ. Open to everybody. Everybody is welcome. So please make sure that you are up here at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning for Racers for Christ chapel service. All right, getting started off with our juniors. Left-hand lane out of Willacoochee, Georgia. Blakely Newmans. Blakely's down in an 11.98 versus the right-hand lane. Car number 25A down in 11.90. And left-hand lane's got it. That's Blakely Newman with a 12.067 at 53.53 miles an hour. Next up in the left lane, car number M288 dialed in at 11.90 versus the right-hand lane, Addison Williams, aka Addie the Batty, dialed in at 12.90. Right-hand lane's going to get the win. That is Addie the Batty with a 13.305 at 44.10 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we're going to have Freeport, Florida's Trenton Tyndall, dialed in 11.90 versus the right-hand lane of Gainesville's Hudson Matz, dialed in 11.92. Left-hand lane is going to get the win. That's Freeport's Trenton Tyndall with an 11.912 at 54.60 miles an hour. And lining up next in the left-hand lane, car number 226B, dialed in at 11.90 versus the right-hand lane of Inverness, Florida's Brinley Holdway, also dialed in at 11.90. Left-hand lane's going to get the win. Car number 226B with a 12.070 at 52.32 miles an hour. Next up in the left-hand lane from Venice, Florida, Kylie Mockney, dialed in at 9.05 versus the right-hand lane of Landon Siegel, dialed in at 9.03. Left-hand lane's going to take the win, and that is Kylie Mockney out of Venice, Florida, with a 9.047 at 71.38 miles an hour. And lining up in the left-hand lane out of Wesley Chapel, Peyton Duffett, dialed in at 9.05 versus the right-hand lane of car number 287, dialed in at 8.94. Left-hand lane gets a win. That's Peyton Duffett out of Wesley Chapel with a 9.109 at 68.24 miles an hour. Next up, out of Orange Beach, Alabama, in the left-hand lane, Mila Figueroa, dialed in 8.95 versus the right-hand lane of Orange Park's Blake Jones, dialed in at 9.08. Right-hand lane takes a win. Orange Park's Blake Jones with a 9.085 at 71.03 miles an hour. Lining up in the left-hand lane, Keystone's Johnny Moxley, down in 8.90 versus the right-hand lane of car number 1130, down in 8.96. Right-hand lane gets a win. Car number 1130 with a 9.161 at 68.19 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we've got Shaw Daniel, dialed in at 9.05 versus the right-hand lane of Wyatt Hicks, Dowden at 9.32. Right-hand lane gets the win. That's Wyatt Hicks with a 9.397 at 68.47 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we've got Jackson Collins. Jackson's dialed in at a 10.07 versus the right-hand lane of Scarlett Hicks, dialed in at 9.25. All right, looks like we're losing our right lane, so we'll be running just our left lane. That's Jackson Collins. All right, Jackson has a 10.160 at 61.70 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, Skylar Carpenter. Skylar's dialed in at 9.12. And that is a 9.126 at 70.57 miles an hour for Skylar Carpenter out of St. Pete, Florida. Next up, we have car number 2037, dialed in at 8.03 versus the right-hand lane of car number 1130X, dialed in at 7.99. Looks like right lane is going to take the win, and that is car number 1130X. It's 7.99 at 83.26 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we are going to have out of Lake Butler, Florida, Weston Daniel dialed in at a 7.96 versus the right-hand lane of Tanner Mogny out of Venice, Florida, dialed in at 7.92. So we are missing one of our reruns from the 6 to 9 group. We are missing one of our reruns, so we need you up here getting ready. That is our rerun from the 6 to 9 group. Right lane's going to get the win out of Venice, Florida, Tanner Mockney. 7.980 at 79.47 miles an hour. Left lane, we've got Everly Siegel out of Riverview, Florida, dialed in at 8.03 versus the right lane of car number 2088, dialed in at 7.96. Left lane's going to get the win. That is Everly Siegel out of Riverview, Florida, 8.033 at 80.02 miles an hour. Left lane out of Middleburg, Florida, we're going to have Aaron Kennedy dialed in at 8.02 versus Brooklyn Collins in the right lane, dialed in at 8.07. Right lane's going to get the win, Brooklyn Collins, with an 8.080, 77.31 miles an hour. Left lane, we're going to have car number 297, dialed in at 7.98, versus the right lane of car number 2263, dialed in at 7.99. Right lane's going to get the win. That's car number 2263 at 7.997 and 79.63 miles an hour. In the left-hand lane out of Keystone, Florida, Sierra Height, dialed in at 7.90 versus the right lane of Cortez, Florida's Elizabeth Boyett, dialed in at 7.93. Left lane gets the win, Sierra Height out of Keystone, 8.050 at 78.05 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we have Land O'Lakes, Florida's Grayson Edelman, dialed in at 8.47 versus the right-hand lane of Inverse, Florida's Caden Holdaway, dialed in at 7.92. Left-hand lane gets the win, Grayson Edelman, with an 8.353 at 78.12 miles an hour. Left-hand lane out of Middleburg, Florida, Xander Cook, dialed in at 7.96 versus the right-hand lane, dialed in at 7.99. That's car number 2404. Right-hand lane is going to get the win. Car number 2404 with a 7.979 at 81.51 miles an hour. Left lane, we have car number 214G, dialed in at 7.90 versus the right-hand lane of Wesley Chapel's Briella Browning, dialed in also at 7.90. Right lane gets the win. Wesley Chapel's Briella Browning with a 7.905 at 80.97 miles an hour. All right, this is going to be our last pair to send down the track before doing a little bit of track prep. We are going to have in the left-hand lane M288 dialed in 11.90 versus the right-hand lane of Gainesville's Hudson Mats dialed in 11.92. The win's going to go to the left-hand lane, car number M288, with an 11.861 at 54.86 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We have a few minutes of track prep work, and we are looking for our jeans class, pro class, to be headed up here to the lanes. You're coming to lanes 3 and 4 with the overflow going to 5 and 6. So please make your way up here to lanes 3 and 4. That is for the pro class.
reliability to drive thousands of miles, confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition and a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most foolproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
If your trailer looks like a jalopy, you're missing the party. Time to level up with FB Trailers. Located in Orange Park, Florida, right on Blanding Boulevard, FB Trailers is your ultimate stop for all your trailer needs. Whether you're hauling race cars, ATVs, or even a whole stack of toys, we've got you covered. We carry top brands like CargoMate, Forest River, and ATC, ensuring you get nothing but the best. From sleek car haulers to robust cargo trailers, our variety is as diverse as the racers who trust us. Why do racers choose FB Trailers? Because we know the road to victory isn't just about speed, it's about reliability and quality. Our trailers are built to endure the toughest and longest hauls. And it's not just about sales, we offer parts and service to keep you rolling smoothly. So next time you're in Orange Park, swing by FB Trailers on Blanding Boulevard or visit us online at fbtrailers.com. Gear up with the trailer that's as dedicated to racing as you are. FB Trailers, your ticket to the winner's circle.
So just a few minutes away. So everybody get ready. We are about to line up here in just a couple minutes.
Dragster.
And we are ready to get back to racing. In the left lane from Venice, Florida, Mike Mockney. Mike is dialed in at a 619 versus the the right lane of Travis Marchand from Keystone Heights, dialed in at 583. And it looks like the right lane is going to get the win. The Keystone Heights, Travis Marchand with a 5.855 at 108.32 miles an hour. Lining up in the left-hand lane from Riverview, Florida, John Siegel. John's dialed in at 566 versus the right-hand lane of Gary Thompson, dialed in at 691. Left lane's going to get the win from Riverview. John Siegel with a 5.682 at 115.75 miles an hour. In the left lane from Port Charlotte, we have Austin Logan. Austin Stoughton at 5.79 versus the right-hand lane of High Springs, Florida's Tom Courtney with a 7.14. And it looks like that win's going to go to the right-hand lane of Tom Courtney with a 7.143 at 97.10 miles an hour. In the left-hand lane from Wildwood, Florida, Mike Gaffney with a 6.97. In the right-hand lane from Newport Richey, Daniel Young with a 6.71. Right-hand lane gets the win. Daniel Young out of Newport Richey with a 6.726 at 96.61 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, Dowden at 6.91. Frank Medeiros III versus the right-hand lane of High Springs, Jason Rollins, Dowden at a 7.18. And the win's going to go to the right lane of Jason Rollins with a 7.189 at 88.72 miles an hour. And the left-hand lane from Quitman, Georgia, Curtis Peak. Curtis is dialed in at 6.47 versus the right-hand lane of Ocala's Mike French, dialed in at 6.15. Oh, and it looks like the station wagon in the right lane is going to get the win. Mike French with a 6.154 at 109.2 miles an hour. The left-hand lane is going to be St. Petersburg. Michael Carpenter dialed in at a 6.45 versus the right-hand lane. Jacksonville's Dawson Bass dialed in at a 7.07. Right lane's going to get the win. Jacksonville's Dawson Bass with a 7.057 with a 96.71 miles an hour. In the left-hand lane, Jacksonville's own John Dwayne dialed in at a 6.04 versus the right-hand lane. That is Freeport, Florida's Chelsea Tyndall. Chelsea's dialed in at a 6.04. Left lane gets the win. Jacksonville's John Dwayne with a 6.233 at 107.59 miles an hour. In the right-hand lane, Jacksonville's Robert Simpson dialed in at a 760 versus the left-hand lane of Jacksonville's Reed Ferreira dialed in at a 710. Right lane's going to get the win. That is Robert Simpson out of Jacksonville, Florida with a 7.663 at 88.71 miles an hour. Left-hand lane, we have got James Turner out of Keystone Heights, dialed in at a 700 versus the right lane of Mims, Florida's Tony Gambardella, dialed in at a 601. Right lane has the win. Tony Gambardella, Mims, Florida, with a 6.344 at 84.60 miles an hour. Left lane, we've got Marcus Cruz dialed in at 710 versus Land O'Lakes Jerry Vizzo in the right-hand lane, dialed in at a 630. Left lane's going to have the win. Marcus Cruz with a 7.089 at 94.43 miles an hour. All right, Super Pro Bikes, please make your way up here to lane 7. Also, Super Pro class, we need you up here to lanes at 1 and 2, please. Left lane, car number 255X. Dialed in at a 653 versus the right lane of car 0X00, dialed in at a 725. That win is going to go to the left lane of car number 255X with a 6507 running 103.21 miles an hour. Left lane out of Millwood, Georgia, Jason Smith dialed in at a 695 versus the right lane of Ocala, Florida's Phil Green, dialed in at a 602. Super Pro cars, please make your way up here to the lanes, please. Lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro cars. Right lane has the win with a 6.078. That's Phil Green out of Ocala, Florida at 102.17 miles an hour. Left lane out of Middleburg, Paul Allen with a 6.62 dial in versus the right lane of Ken Grant, dialed in at a 6.24 out of Tai, Georgia. Right lane gets the win. Ken Grant out of Tai, Georgia with a 6.349 at 101.83 miles an hour. Left-hand lane out of Lake Butler, we've got Bob Hoxton dialed in at 653 versus the right lane of Gainesville's Derek Putnam dialed in at a 702. Right lane is going to get the win. Derek Putnam out of Gainesville with a 6.989 at 96.53 miles an hour. And in the left lane, we have Kenny Bevins dialed in at a 626 versus the right lane of Roy Hacker Jr. out of Northville, Michigan, dialed in at a 680. Attention to the pit, Super Pro Bikes. Super Pro Bikes, we're missing two. This is your last call. We're going to run without you. We need their Super Pro Bikes up here to the lane. The win goes to the right lane of Roy Hacker Jr. out of Northville, Michigan with a 6.806 at 99.39 miles an hour. Left lane out of Wildwood, Mike Gaffney dialed in at a 696. Running against our right lane of Christopher Duffett out of Wesley Chapel, dialed in at 649. Left lane gets the win. Mike Gaffney out of Wildwood with a 7.024 at 87.32 miles an hour. All right, Super Pro Bikes, it's your time to shine. We are looking for, in the left lane, Anthony Vieira out of Palm Coast. Anthony's dialed in at a 543 versus the right lane of Santi Rodriguez Jr. Dialed in at a 550. Left lane gets a win out of Palm Coast, Anthony Vieira with a 5.453 at 115.47 miles an hour. Left lane, we've got Joe Clem out of Davenport, Iowa with dialed in at a 5.68 versus the right lane of Keystone Heights, John Upgrove at 5.48. Left lane gets a win. That's Joe Clem out of Davenport, Iowa with a 5.703 at 108.45 miles an hour. Right lane, we've got Scott DeLong out of Citra, Florida, down in a 5.62. And with a 5.601 at 122.64 miles an hour. Left lane out of Green Cove Springs, we have Samuel Parrish, down in at a 5.45 versus the right lane of Dwayne Schmidt Jr. out of Citra, Florida, down in at a 5.77. Right lane gets a win. That's Dwayne Schmidt Jr. out of Citra, Florida with a 5.829 at 120.40 miles an hour. Just a couple minutes of track prep, and we are moving on to our FB Trailer Super Pro class.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
In the left lane, we have car XM227 dialed in at 665 versus the right-hand lane of Elkton, Florida's James Hicks Jr. dialed in at a 462. Right lane is going to get the win. Elkton, Florida's James Hicks Jr. with a 4.621 at 149.27 miles an hour. In your left-hand lane, you have car number 2787 dialed in at 621 versus the right lane of St. Mary's Kevin Powers dialed in at 496. Right lane's going to get the win. Kevin Powers of St. Mary's with a 4.994 at 134.52 miles an hour. Next up in the left lane out of Climax, Georgia, Thomas Tolliver dialed in at a 610 versus the right-hand lane of car 34D2 dialed in at 563. Right lane's going to get the win. Car 34D2 with a 5.646 at 120.91 miles an hour. In the left lane, we have car number 2151 dialed in at a 646 versus the right lane of Chuck Trotter. Chuck's dialed in at a 459. Right lane gets the win. That's Truck Trotter with a 4.637 at 150.66 miles an hour. Left-hand lane down in a 5.78. We've got Austin Logan. In the right-hand lane from St. Cloud, Florida, Rick Perry down in at a 5.67. The win's going to go to the right lane of Rick Perry with a 5.679 at 120.81 miles an hour. Lining up in the left lane, Brendan George dialed in at a 610 versus the right lane of car B 217 dialed in at 492. right lane's going to take the win with a 4.939 at 134.69 miles an hour. That is car B217. In the left lane, Cameron Fredrickson dialed in at a 564 versus the right lane of Lake City's Gene Spaziani dialed in at a 603. Left lane's going to take the win. Cameron Fredrickson with a 5.643 at 119.01 miles an hour. Left lane, we're going to have Alachua's Gary Vasquez dialed in at a 471 versus the right lane, Fleming Island's Tommy Campbell dialed in at a 634. Left lane's going to take the win. Jerry Vasquez, Alachua, Florida, with a 4.741 at 144.91 miles an hour. Lining up in the left lane, Michael Carpenter from St. Petersburg, dialed in at a 468 versus the right-hand lane of car X272, dialed in at 662. Left lane is going to take that win. Michael Carpenter with a 4.688 at 146.64 miles an hour. In the right lane, out of Fort White, Florida, we have Bobby Trinnell dialed in at a 5.27 versus the left lane of Venice, Florida's Roy Hagedorn dialed in at a 6.23. Right lane's going to take the win. Bobby Trinnell from Fort White with a 5.285 at 126.06 miles an hour. Left lane, we have Jerry McGill dialed in at a 5.43 versus the right lane of St. Augustine's Robert Carlson. Robert dialed in at a 5.14. Left lane's going to take the win. That's Jerry McGill with a 5.489 at 125.71 miles an hour. Left lane, we're going to have Haley Wright out of Middleburg, dialed in at a 5.09 versus the right lane of Palaca's Jackie Bennett, dialed in at a 4:44. The win goes to the right lane of Jackie Bennett with a 4.460 at 151.02 miles an hour. Lining up in the left lane, Fort White's Lou Galley, dialed in at a 5.59 versus the right lane of Bellevue's Brian Radley. Brian's dialed in at a 6.53. The win goes to the right lane of Brian Radley. 6.542 at 103.42 miles an hour. In the left lane, car number 216H, dialed in at 581 versus the right lane of Orange Park's Brian Jones. Brian's dialed in at a 4.47. The win's going to go to the right lane. Orange Park's Brian Jones with a 4.454 at 155.81 miles an hour. The left lane is going to be High Springs Buddy's Goolsby, dialed in at 6.40 versus the right lane of Jacksonville's Paul Ferreira, dialed in at 6.44. All right, attention to the pits. We are looking for the junior street class. Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street Class to lanes 1 and 2, please. Left lane's going to get the win. High Springs Buddy Goolsby with a 6.437 at 102.63 miles an hour. In the right lane, we have Roland Alford from Glen St. Mary, dialed in at 6.93 versus the left lane of car number 2252, dialed in at 4.71. So back in the pits, junior street class, Allen Speed and Machine, junior street class, 2 lanes 1 and 2, please. Right lane gets the win. Glen St. Mary's Roland Alford with a 6.931 at 95.93 miles an hour. Left lane's going to have Dade City's Corey LeClaire with a dial in at 4.79 versus the right lane of Elkton's Kelly Hicks, dialed in at 4.53. Kelly Hicks out of Elton, Florida with a 4.726. 4.726 at 120.13 miles an hour. Junior Street, please be making your way up here to lane 1 and 2. We will take the street bikes up here to lane 7 as well. So street bikes to lane 7. And Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street Class 2 lanes 1 and 2. In the left lane, we have Ken Grant down in at 6.22 versus car number J211 in the right-hand lane. That right-hand lane is going to take the win. J211 at 6.494 at 103.82 miles an hour. In the right lane, we have car M227 dialed in at 665 versus the left lane of St. Augustine, Dave Hicks. Dave's dialed in at 471. Left lane's going to get the win. St. Augustine's Dave Hicks with a 4.726 at 144.38 miles an hour. Left lane's going to have Gainesville's Dan Dobson dialed in at a 6.38 versus the right lane of Glen St. Mary's Kevin Powers dialed in at 4.98. Right lane's going to get the win. Kevin Powers with a 7.982 at 134.6 miles an hour. All right, attention to the pits. Pro Bikes, we are looking for you guys. We are missing 2, so please make your way up here to the lane. Pro Bikes. We'll be looking for our Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman's class to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman class to lane 5 and 6, please. In the left lane, we're going to have Taylor Mockney from Bradenton, Florida, dialed in at 10.25 versus the right lane of Jacksonville's Chelsea Dwayne, dialed in at 9.24. Right lane is going to get the win. Jacksonville's Chelsea Dwayne with a 9.245 at 74.13 miles an hour. And we are missing a bike. So if you are in the class, in the street bike class, please make your way up here. We are going to run without you. Left lane is going to be Briella Browning from Wesley Chapel with a 10.98 versus right lane's Lincoln McMaster from DeLeon Springs, dialed in at a 10.45. Right lane's going to get the win. That's Lincoln McMaster from DeLeon Springs with a 10.529 at 70.30 miles an hour. Left lane, we are looking for Brett Bennett from Palaca, Florida. In the left lane, Palaca, Florida, Brett Bennett dialed in at 9.32 versus the right lane of Green Cove, Samuel Parrish dialed in at 8.48. All right, we're going to be looking for our junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, please make your way up here to the lane. Right lane's going to take the win with an 8.499 at 148.35 miles an hour. Samuel Parrish out of Green Cove Springs. Our next pair to see in the left lane, Palm Coast, Florida, is Anthony Vieira, dialed in at 8.63 versus the right lane of Tom Motes. Tom's dialed in at 11.19. Left lane's going to take the win. Anthony Vieira from Palm Coast with an 8.630 at 145.22 miles an hour. Left lane, Reddick's Chuck Wooden, dialed in at a 9.95 versus the right lane of Santi Rodriguez Jr. Santi's dialed in at an 8.85. Right lane's going to take the win. That is Santi Rodriguez Jr. with an 8.83 at 128.37 miles an hour. We are looking for our Sportsman class. So lane 5 and 6, Sportsman did lane 5 and 6, please. And we are looking for our junior dragsters. 6 to 9, come to lane 8, 10 to 12 to lane 2, 13 to 17. You are in lane 1. That's our junior dragsters. Sportsman, we need you to the lane. We're missing 2, and we are just about to run without you. So if you are in this class, you really need to be up here in your lane. In the left lane, we've got Gainesville's Chris Courtney dialed in 11.12 versus the right lane of Reddick's Daniel Salyers dialed in 11.74. The win's going to go to left lane, Chris Courtney from Gainesville with an 11.139 at 118.24 miles an hour. In the right lane, High Springs Jason Rollins dialed in at 11.34 versus the left lane of St. John's Steven Strickland. Steven's dialed in at 11.47. Steven's going to get the win in the left lane with an 11.473 at 118.94 miles an hour. In our right lane, Kevin Roberts dialed in at 11.82 versus the left lane of Sean Warren out of Gainesville, dialed in at 12.35. Right lane's going to take that win, Kevin Roberts, with an 11.999 at 105.19 miles an hour. Left lane's going to be Bart out of Melrose, dialed in at 12.40 versus the right lane of Robert Simpson out of Jacksonville. Robert's dialed in at 12.04. Left lane's going to take the win. That's Bart Panglinian out of Melrose with a 12.334 at 110.32 miles an hour. Left lane's going to have McClenny's Marcus Cruz dialed in at 11.23 versus the right lane of Larry Urbanek out of Jacksonville, Florida, dialed in at a 12.61. And we're still looking for our junior dragsters to head up here to lanes 8, 2, and 1. 6 to 9 is coming to 8, 10 to 12 going to 2, and 13 to 17. Please come to lane 1. Left lane's going to take the win. That's Marcus Cruz out of McClenny with an 11.275 at 111.01 miles an hour. In the left lane, we've got Monica Roberts out of Ocala dialed in at a 12.48 versus Gainesville's Derek Putnam in the right lane. Derek's dialed in at 11.06. That win is going to go to the right lane of Derek Putnam from Gainesville. With an 11.145 at 105.49 miles an hour. And next up in the left lane, we're looking for Scott DeLeon. Scott's dialed in at 11.55 versus car number 0954, dialed in at 11.17. Right lane's going to get the win with an 11.219 at 114.10 miles an hour. That is car number 0954.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
If your trailer looks like a jalopy, you're missing the party. Time to level up with FB Trailers. Located in Orange Park, Florida, right on Blanding Boulevard, FB Trailers is your ultimate stop for all your trailer needs. Whether you're hauling race cars, ATVs, or even a whole stack of toys, we've got you covered. We carry top brands like CargoMate, Forest River, and ATC, ensuring you get nothing but the best. From sleek car haulers to robust cargo trailers, our variety is as diverse as the racers who trust us. Why do racers choose FB Trailers? Because we know the road to victory isn't just about speed, it's about reliability and quality. Our trailers are built to endure the toughest and longest hauls. And it's not just about sales, we offer parts and service to keep you rolling smoothly. So next time you're in Orange Park, swing by FB Trailers on Blanding Boulevard or visit us online at fbtrailers.com. Gear up with the trailer that's as dedicated to racing as you are. FB Trailers, your ticket to the winner's circle.
And we are kicking off our junior dragsters. We are going to start with, in the left lane, Wyatt LeClaire out of Dade City. Wyatt's dialed in at 12:05 versus the right lane of Addison Williams, also known as Addie the Batty, dialed in at 13:15. So we're looking for our pro cars. So lanes 3 and 4, please. We are looking for the pro class to lanes 3 and 4. We are going to get through the juniors really fast. So make your way up here to lanes 3 and 4 for the Jeans Glass Pro class. The win's going to go to the right lane. That is Addie the Batty with a 13.117 at 45.32 miles an hour. Left lane out of Willacoochee, Georgia, Blakely Newmans, dialed in at a 12:05 versus the right lane of Freeport's Trenton Tyndall, dialed in at 11:90. Right lane's going to get the win. Trenton Tyndall out of Freeport with an 11.929 at 52.92 miles an hour. Pro cars, please make your way to the lanes. The Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4, please. Left lane is going to get the win. And left lane, we've got dialed in at 912 versus the right lane. Left lane's going to take the win. And we need our Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4, please. We are also looking for the Super Pro Bike Class to lane 7. Super Pro Bike Class, lane 7. Left lane is going to take the win. Left lane, we've got Sierra Height out of Keystone. Sorry. Brooklyn Collins is on the right. 807 is her dial in. Left lane is going to get the win. Sierra Height out of Keystone with a 7933 at 80.60 miles an hour. Sorry for bearing with us. We've had some computer problems. We are back in business. Left lane is going to have Grayson Edelman dialed in at 836 versus the right lane of Carson Morphy out of Ellington, Florida, dialed in at 799. The win is going to go to right lane. Carson Morphy out of Ellington, Florida with 7957 at 80.11 miles an hour. Left lane, we're going to have Briella Browning out of Wesley Chapel with a 795 versus the right lane of Tanner Mockney from Venice, Florida with a 793. So our pro class, you should be staged in lanes 3 and 4. Pro bikes in lane 7. Right lane's going to get the win out of Venice. Tanner Mockney with a 7961 at 78.13 miles an hour. Left lane, we're going to have out of Riverview, Florida, Everly Siegel dialed in at 806 versus the right lane, Molly Banger out of Palmetto, dialed in at 799. Left lane is going to take the win. Everly Siegel out of Riverview with an 8113 at 77.51 miles an hour. Left lane, we're going to have Chris Harris Jr. dialed in at 796. Pro class, you should be staged in lanes 3 and 4. Super pro bikes, you should be staged in lane 7. Pro class of 3 and 4. Pro bikes to lane 7. And Chris had a 7.910 at 83.18 miles an hour. Pro class, please come to the lane. We are getting ready to start your class. You should be in lanes 3 and 4. That is the Jeans Glass Pro class to lanes 3 and 4. FB Trailer Super Pro Class, 2 lanes, 1 and 2. Super Pro Class, 2 lanes, 1 and 2. Left lane, we're going to have James Thompson out of Edgewater, Florida, down in a 6.51 versus the right lane out of High Springs, Jason Rollins, down in a 7.15 to get us started off in the Pro Class. Left lane's going to get the win with a 6.513 at 100.89 miles an hour. James Thompson out of Edgewater, Florida. Left lane, we're going to have John Siegel out of Riverview, down in a 5.65 versus the right lane of High Springs, Tom Courtney, down in a 7.14. $2062 has the buy in Super Pro. 2062 has the buy in Super Pro. The win is going to go to left lane, John Siegel with a 5.643 at 119.59 miles an hour. Right lane, Newport Richie's Daniel Young with a 6.70 versus the left lane of Tai Georgia's Ken Grant, dialed in at a 6.24. The win's going to go to left lane, Ken Grant, 6.512 at 91.45 miles an hour. Lining up on our left lane, Marcus Cruz, dialed in at a 7.10 versus the right lane of Ocala's Mike French. Mike's dialed in at 6.15. Right lane is going to take the win, Mike French out of Ocala, Florida, with a 6.144 at 109.33 miles an hour. Left lane, we're going to have Ocala's Phil Green, dialed in at a 6.01 versus the right lane, Travis Marchand out of Keystone Heights, dialed in at a 5.81. Left lane is going to take the win. That is Phil Green out of Ocala with a 6.043 at 107.65 miles an hour. Lining up now on the left lane, Mike Gaffney out of Wildwood with a 6.99 Dowlin versus the right lane of Tony Gambardella with a 6.01. Tony's out of Mims, Florida. And the win's going to go to the left lane of Mike Gaffney with a 6.990 at 89.10 miles an hour. Left lane out of Northville, Michigan, we have Roy Hacker Jr. dialed in at a 6.80 versus the right lane of Jacksonville's John Dwayne, dialed in at a 6.04. The wind's going to go to the right lane of Jacksonville's John Dwayne. In the left lane out of Gainesville, Derek Putnam with a 6.98 versus the right lane of Jacksonville's Dawson Bass with a 7.05. And we are now looking for the FB Trailers Super Pro Class to lanes 1 and 2, please. FB Trailers Super Pro Class to lanes 1 and 2. The wind's going to go to left lane. Derek Putnam out of Gainesville with 6.976 at 96.88 miles an hour. And starting us off with our Super Pro bikes in the left lane out of Davenport, Iowa, Joe Clem dialed in at 5.67 versus the right lane out of Citra, Dwayne Schmidt Jr. with a 5.77. FB Trailers Super Pro Class, please come to lanes 1 and 2. Left lane's going to take the win. Joe Clem out of Davenport, Iowa with a 5.680 at 114.63 miles an hour. Left lane out of Palm Coast, Anthony Vieira dialed in at a 5.43 versus right lane Scott DeLong out of Citra dialed in at a 5.60. And we are missing one Super Pro. One Super Pro. If you were supposed to be in that class, please make your way up here to the lane. Right lane is going to take the win. That's Scott DeLong out of Citra with a 5.646 at 115.58 miles an hour. In the right lane out of Glen St. Mary, we have Kevin Powers dialed in at a 4.97 versus the left lane out of St. Petersburg, Michael Carpenter dialed in at a 4.71. to take the win. Michael Carpenter out of St. Petersburg with a 4.729 at 140.68 miles an hour. In the left lane, Jerry McGill dialed in at a 5.43 versus the right lane of Glen St. Mary's Roland Alford dialed in at a 6.92. Right lane's going to take the win. That's Roland Alford out of Glen St. Mary with a 6.976 at 93.48 miles an hour. In the left lane, out of Alachua, Gary Vasquez dialed in at a 4.73 versus the right lane, Elton's Kelly Hicks dialed in at a 4.53. Left lane's going to take the win. Gary Vasquez out of Alachua with a 4.744 at 145.5 miles an hour. 0.05 miles an hour. Left lane out of Palatka, Florida, Jackie Bennett with a dialed in at a 4.44 versus the right lane of car 34D2 dialed in at 5.64. Right lane is going to take the win. The car 34D2 with a 5.651 at 120.61 miles an hour. In the left lane, we have Cameron Fredrickson dialed in at a 5.62 versus Elkton, Florida's James Hick Jr. dialed in at 4.61 in the right lane. Right lane's going to take the win. James Hick Jr. from Elkton, Florida with a 4.617 at 148.82 miles an hour. Left lane, we've got Chuck Trotter down in a 4.62 versus right lane car J211 down in at 6.49. Junior Street, we are looking for you to make your way up to lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street, please make your way up to lanes 1 and 2. Street bike class, start heading up to lane 7. Street bike, please station lane 7. Left lane is going to take the win. That's Chuck Trotter with a 4.644 at 149.25 miles an hour. Left lane out of St. Cloud, we're going to have Rick Perry dialed in at a 5.67 versus the right lane of Bellevue's Brian Radley dialed in at a 6.53. So Allen's Speed and Machine Junior Street class needs to be headed to lanes 1 and 2. Street bike class to lane 7. Right lane is going to take the win. Brian Radley with a 6.546 at 105 miles an hour. Left lane, we're going to have Bobby Trinnell out of Fort White, dialed in at a 5.27 versus the right lane of Orange Park's Brian Jones, dialed in at a 4.47. Left lane's going to take the win. That's Bobby Trinnell out of Fort White with a 5.286 at 125.61 miles an hour. Left lane, we are looking for Right lane, we're going to have B217 dialed in at 493 versus the left lane of St. Mary's, Kevin Powers, dialed in at 500. Super Pro, if you are not up here, we're going to run without you. We need you to the lanes. Super Pro. The wind's going to go to the right lane, B217 with a 4938 at 136.17 miles an hour. In the left lane, out of St. Augustine, Dave Hicks, dialed in at a 471 versus the right lane out of High Springs, Buddy Goolsby, dialed in at a 640. We are looking for the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class, 2 lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman's class, 2 lanes 5 and 6. Attention to the pits. We are also going to be really quickly looking for our junior dragsters. up here. Pro bike. We are running now. You need to be up here if you are still running. The win is going to go to the right lane. Buddy Goolsby out of High Springs with a 6.431 at 104.74 miles an hour. Left lane, Green Cove Springs, Samuel Parrish with dialed in at 8.44 versus the right lane. That is Santi Rodriguez Jr. dialed in at an 8.82. And this is the final for our pro bikes. The win is going to go to left lane with an 8.615 at 150.38 miles an hour. Samuel Parrish out of Green Cove Springs, Florida.
Yeah, there were supposed to be 3 bikes. One of them did not return, so that semifinal just turned into the final round.
And kicking off our junior street class in the left lane, Chelsea Dwayne out of Jacksonville, dialed in with a 9.22 versus DeLeon Springs Lincoln McMaster, dialed in at 10.50. Right lane's going to get the win. Lincoln McMaster with a 10.519 at 69.89 miles an hour.
Junior Dragsters are coming up next.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
And we are looking for our junior dragsters to be in the lane 6 to 9, lane 8, 10 to 12 to lane 2, 13 to 17 to lane 1. In our Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class to lane 5 and 6. Right lane, Anthony Vieira out of Palm Coast.
Okay, so the by run for motorcycle, they did allow him to come on in and break the beams. So we will have a final in that class.
Junior Dragsters. Junior Dragsters. You are needed in the lanes. Junior Dragsters. 6 to 9 to lane 8. 10 to 12 to lane 2. 13 to 17 to lane 1, please. In the right lane, we have Kevin Roberts with an 11.79 versus the left lane, Steven Strickland out in 11.46 out of my hood of St. John's, Florida. Right lane is going to get the win with an 11.765 at 115.19 miles an hour. That's Kevin Roberts. In the left lane, we're going to have Gainesville's Derek Putnam dialed in at 11.02 versus Bart Pangilini. I'm butchering it, but I'm trying. In the right-hand lane, dialed in at 12.38 out of Melrose, Florida. Left lane is going to take the win with an 11:023 at 113.33 miles an hour. Derek Putnam out of Gainesville. Left lane, we've got Chris Courtney out of Gainesville, dialed in at 11:17 versus himself. And Chris Courtney in the left lane taking the win with an 11:144 at 120.11 miles an hour. In the right lane, we've got Marcus Cruz out of McClenny, dialed in at 11:23. Pro cars, we need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro cars to lanes 3 and 4. Right lane, that is Marcus Cruz out of McClenny, Florida, with an 11:209 at 108.35 miles an hour. Juniors, are you ready? Following our juniors, we are looking for our pro class, jeans class, pro class to lanes 3 and 4.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most foolproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at BigStuff3EFI.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Left lane, we have Peyton Duffett out of Wesley Chapel, down in at 9:05 versus Skylar Carpenter out of St. Pete. Right lane's going to take the win. Skylar Carpenter out of St. Petersburg, Florida, with a 9:118 at 71.25 miles an hour. Left lane out of Venice, Florida is going to be Kylie Mockney, down in at 9:06 versus the right lane of Orange Park's Blake Jones, dialed in at 9:03. Left lane's going to get the win. Kylie Mockney out of Venice with a 9:060 at 71.78 miles an hour. And in the left lane, Tanner Mockney out of Venice with a 7.93 versus the right lane of Ellington's Carson Moffrey, dialed in at 7.95. The win is going to go to the right lane of Carson Moffrey out of Ellington. It is 7.969 at 80.33 miles an hour. Left lane out of Riverview, we have Everly Siegel down in at 8.78 versus right lane Chris Harris Jr. down in at 7.93. gets a win Everly Siegel of Riverview with an 8.176 at 75.58 miles an hour. Left lane, we're going to have Sierra Height from Keystone, Florida, dialed in with a 7.90. And that is a 7.908 at 82.06 miles an hour for Sierra Height of Keystone, Florida. Bear with us for just a few minutes. We're going to have a quick track prep. And coming to the left lane, Edgewater's James Thompson dialed in at a 6.49 versus the right lane, Jacksonville's John Dwayne dialed in at 6.04. The wind's going to go to left lane. James Thompson out of Edgewater with a 6.557 at 101.16 miles an hour. In the left lane out of Riverview, John Siegel with a 5.66 versus right lane out of Ty, Georgia, Ken Grant dialed in at a 6.24. Left lane's going to get the win. John Siegel out of Riverview with a 5.663 at 116.67 miles an hour. In the left lane out of Ocala, Phil Green dialed in at a 6.02 versus Ocala's Mike French. In the right lane, dialed in at a 6.14. Left lane's going to get the win. That's Phil Green with a 6.027 at 111.33 miles an hour. In the right lane out of Wildwood, we have Mike Gaffney dialed in at a 6.96 versus Gainesville's Derek Putnam. In the left lane, dialed in at a 6.97. Left lane's going to get the win. Derek Putnam out of Gainesville with a 7.022 at 90.18 miles an hour. Pro Bike, you are needed at lane 7, and our Sportsman 5 and 6, please. Lanes 5 and 6. Left lane, we got Joe Clem out of Davenport, Iowa, 5.66 versus Citra's Scott DeLong in the right lane, dialed in at 5.60. Sportsman, we are looking for you to lanes 5 and 6, please. lane's going to get the win. Joe Clem out of Davenport, Iowa with a 5.696 at 115.88 miles an hour. Left lane, we have St. Petersburg's Michael Carpenter down in a 4.69 versus Glen St. Mary's Roland Alford in the right lane down in at 6.93. Left lane's going to get the win. That's Michael Carpenter out of St. Petersburg with a 4.711 at 140.11 miles an hour. Left lane out of Alachua is going to be Gary Vasquez down in a 4.74 versus the right lane. That's Dan Demlin out of Cincinnati, Ohio, down in at a 5.64. Final call for the pro bikes. Final call for the pro bikes. Lane 7, please. Final call for our Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman's class to lanes 5 and 6. Final call, Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. Please make your way to lanes 5 and 6. Right lane is going to take the win. Dan Demlin from Cincinnati, Ohio with a 5.670 at 120.48 miles an hour. Left lane, we are going to have Chuck Trotter down in at 4.62 versus Randy Banger out of Palmetto, Florida, down in at 4.93. Left lane's going to get the win. That's Chuck Trotter with a 4.639 at 149.18 miles an hour. Left lane, we've got Brian Ratley out of Bellevue, Florida, down in at a 6.53 versus the right lane out of Elton, James Hicks Jr., down in a 4.61. Looking for our pro bikes to lane 7, please. Sportsman to lane 5 and 6. And junior dragsters, please start making your way up. Junior dragsters, please start making your way up to your lane. Right lane's going to take the win out of Elton James Hicks Jr. with a 4.619 at 149.02 miles an hour. Left lane, we've got Bobby Trinnell out of Fort White, Florida, dialed in at a 5.27 versus the right lane out of High Springs, Buddy Goolsby, dialed in at 6.41. left lane is going to take the win. Bobby Trinnell with a 5.262 at 130.69 miles an hour. Coming to the left lane out of Palm Coast, Anthony Vieira dialed in at an 8.63 versus Green Cove Springs. Samuel Parrish dialed in an 8.44 in the right lane. Right lane is going to take the win with an 8.75 at 122.72 miles an hour. That's Samuel Parrish out of Green Cove Springs, Florida.
All right, looks like we're going to be down for a little bit. Looks like a motor let go. So hopefully it's not too bad. So just bear with us and we'll be right back to racing action.
All right, everybody, bear with us just for a few minutes while we inspect the track and help this guy off the track. And we're going to get everything squared away, and we will be ready to keep on racing. We're missing 2 Sportsman cars. If you are in the Sportsman class, please make your way to the lane. Lane 5 and 6 is your class. Sportsman's needs to be in the lane, please. Also, junior dragsters, make your way to your lanes as well. Junior dragsters. If you are a winner, please come back to the lanes. We are looking for you and we are ready to race. So if you are a winner, please come back to the lanes. Marcus Cruz. Marcus Cruz, we are looking for you. We are about to run without you. Marcus Cruz, we need you to the lane. Pro cars, please make your way to 3 and 4. We are looking for you. Pro cars to lanes 3 and 4. Buddy Gouldsby and Bobby Trinnell, please come to the lanes for your rerun. Coming to the left lane out of Gainesville, Derek Putnam. Down in at 11:01 versus right lane, Kevin Roberts down in 11:75. Left lane's going to get the win. Derek Putnam out of Gainesville with an 11:047 at 115.08 miles an hour. In the left lane out of McLean, Marcus Cruz down in 11:18 versus the right lane out of Gainesville, Chris Courtney at 11:14. Right lane gets the win out of Gainesville, Chris Courtney with an 11:144 at 120.05 miles an hour. Super Pro Rerun. If you want this rerun, please come up to the lane. Super Pro Rerun. If you want to rerun, please come up the lanes. You'll run behind the junior dragsters. Left lane, we have Kylie Mockney out of Venice, Florida with a 9:06. Right lane out of St. Pete, Skylar Carpenter down in a 9:11. Left lane's going to get the win. Kylie Mockney out of Venice with a 9:118 at 70.33 miles per hour. Coming to the left lane, Everly Siegel out of Riverview down in an 8:08 versus right lane out of Keystone, Sierra Heights down in a 7:90. Left lane gets the win. Everly Siegel out of Riverview with an 8:085 at 78.16 miles per hour. Right lane, we have Carson Morfrey out of Ellenton, Florida, dialed in at 797. And that is a 7960 at 80.32 miles an hour for Carson Morfrey. All right, we have our rerun coming up. Coming in the left lane, Bobby Trinnell out of Fort White, dialed in at 527 versus Buddy Goolsby from High Springs, Florida in the right lane, dialed in at 641. That's Bobby Trinnell from Fort White, Florida in the left lane, dialed in at 527 versus Buddy Goolsby from High Springs, Florida, dialed in at 641 in the right lane.